Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, all.
And we are also joined by our Senior Macro Strategist Extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, Jim.
And last but not least, the mighty Pipsar is here with us today. Blake Morrow. Blake, good morning. How you doing, man?
Good morning, Jim. Good morning, team.
Wow. Well, I see a lot of green. Everywhere we look, I see a lot of green and across board, domestically, internationally. We'll get into that today. We got a great lineup today as usual. But Shai, let's start with the news as usual. I'm sure we got some good stuff.
We got some good stuff. So as everybody knows, we had the State of the Union address last night. It was the longest in history. Just a few notes on that. Trump said he would institute new tariffs using other legal authorities, noting that the new regime may be more complex, but thinks it'll ultimately have more staying power. He also pitched a new healthcare plan, didn't give a whole bunch of details beyond kind of the conceptual of that. He said he wanted to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give the money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care. He also announced a plan to give $1,000 in matching funds for Americans without 401k style deferred compensation plans next year. Some interesting notes on Iran. He said that Iran is working to reconstitute its nuclear program, even as it negotiates with Washington, adding to kind of the speculation that maybe he is preparing for a fresh round of military strikes in the coming days. He said Iranian officials are again pursuing their sinister ambitions. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard the secret words, we'll never have a nuclear weapon. So just, keep that on your geopolitical radar because it looks like we're uncertain of those strikes happening or not. And the U.S. is supposed to meet again with Iran this Thursday, February 26th, in Geneva to discuss the nuclear program. So we'll obviously oil traders will be keeping an eye on that and how that pans out. Then Deutsche Bank and Goldman are going to look to AI to flag trader misconduct. The kind of scary thing about how they are going about doing this is that they're going to use a agentic AI, which is designed to plan and take action autonomously instead of just kind of simply supplying information. So I don't know what could go wrong with that. What if it acts on the wrong information? Who knows? But I guess, keep an eye out for that. Kind of a little scary in the AI world. China is also in the news today. It says it has met with overnight. It says it's already met the obligations linked to Washington's Section 301 unfair trade practices statute after the U.S. Trade Representative had signaled he would continue investigation that could lead to more tariffs. Beijing said, we've made our agreement. This is our agreement. Let's not provoke trouble, they said, leading to, say, reciprocal tariffs and another tariff war with China. Interestingly, Trump didn't really go hard at China in his speech last night, which kind of differs from his past State of the Union addresses. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Bond traders are betting Fed rate cuts spilling into 2027. So the future spreads linked to the SOFR, which closely track expected Fed policy, are becoming deeply inverted. Assigned traders are starting to price in more prolonged central bank easing. Until recently, traders had been wagering that the central bank would resume hiking rates in 2027 after 2/4 point reductions by the end of this year. But there's kind of a growing debate around the impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market that we've been talking about. And it's leading them to reassess this outlook. Particularly, we had Governor Cook warning yesterday that the central bank might not be able to counter rising unemployment driven by the adoption of AI. So that kind of spooked the markets a little bit in the bond markets and the markets in general. And last but not least, of course, we have Nvidia today at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time reporting. Interesting, the traders in equity options market are unusually subdued about how much Nvidia's quarterly results might move the stock. The Nvidia options imply a move of about 5.6% in either direction. This is the lowest expected post-results swing ahead of a Nvidia report that we've had in the last 3 years. And those results are out at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time today. We have 3 hawkish Fed speakers today. At 10:40, we have Barkin, 11 Schmid, and at 1:20, Mausoleum. We have no data today, so very quiet day as far as data is concerned. It might be a hurry up and wait for Nvidia. And then as far as the indexes are concerned, we have RTY and ES in positive gamma today, and Nvidia in negative gamma today.
All right, all right. Well, that's an awful lot of stuff to talk about. Let's start talking about the off the top here, the speech last night. And I've been dying to ask Craig this question all night long. In what universe do we replace the individual federal income taxes, which generates what, 2.6 to 2.7 trillion dollars a year, with a tariff?
No universe. There will be no universe where that takes place. Interestingly, just to Shai's point about Trump and China, it was the first time since 2005 where the word China was not even referenced in the State of the Union speech. So clearly, we have moved on from an adversarial relationship with China. There's some commentary this morning from Trade Rep Greer about the potential for future tariffs, and he basically is saying, the deal we have in place is in place, and so we're not looking to dial things up there too aggressively either. So it seems like both sides want to make sure that the trade relations remain good. But back to just broadly speaking, with the Supreme Court striking down the IEEPA tariffs and Congress basically saying there's no appetite for legislation to codify tariffs at this point, it just doesn't seem likely that we're going to see a further acceleration of tariff revenues. Now, the president did float the idea that he would consider more tax cuts in a reconciliation bill. I mean, we are going to continue to try to reduce the tax base of the individual worker, but are we not going to replace that with taxes on corporations or taxes on AI companies? I don't know. And if we don't, then we're going to find ourselves, putting an increasingly larger hole in the deficit as we move forward, particularly as more white-collar workers get displaced and become, kicked over to the state with respect to benefits. And so I'd be concerned in an environment where the president thinks that we can move into that environment where tariffs are going to fund us like they used to, prior to income taxes in the early 1900s, so the late 1800s, where he often yearns to take us back to.
Back to the good old years. Blake, what do you make of what did you make of the speech last night?
Well, I actually, my wife watched it. I was actually paying attention to the price action in the markets. I just, people in my community were like, wow, this is going and going and going. But all in all, the markets, we had because of the Wall Street Journal, they kind of leaked out what the speech was going to be. And so we knew, what was coming. So the lack of market real reaction didn't surprise me. What did surprise me is what you guys were just talking about, how China is not being mentioned. One of the things about, this whole tariff situation is we have to, and we can't forget that we're in midterms right now. So I wouldn't be surprised, if the Trump administration kind of slowly deals with the tariff situation because they want to minimize the impact ahead of midterms and make sure that there's not too much brunt on the consumer as we head into the election time frame. So anyway, what did I make out of it? I was more actually watching what was happening with the Bank of Japan and new board members brought into the BOJ.
Yeah, I mean, major stock index futures globally are green today. The E-mini S&P is above its yearly open right now, tracking 69.27. Let's start with that. Shai, what are you looking at for the stock index futures?
So, well, again, I said our TY and ES are in positive gamma. And Q is in negative gamma this morning, but markets like to move higher, and I kind of talked about this yesterday afternoon. If the markets seem to go down when we have all of these AI scares, and if we need a constant stream of this negativity to kind of pull down the market, and if we lack some headlines, the market's going to choose up.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, are we finally going to go? Are we finally going up to the right now for a little bit or no?
Well, look, I mean, it's the Super Bowl of earnings, right? This afternoon. I mean, Nvidia really will set the tone for the rest of the week, month, and as we kind of transition to the rest of the quarter here, it's 9% of the Nasdaq, over about 7% of the S&P. It's 18% of the semiconductor index. Year to date, semis have outperformed software by 58%. So people have really plowed into this long semis, short software trade, and then you have Nvidia after the close tonight. You also have CRM tonight, which is one of the biggest software companies. So, look, what we've seen, year to date is a ton of dispersion, a ton of unwind, stretch positioning, and so we are going into this event, with very stretch positioning, kind of long semis and short software into basically the two biggest pure plays, on either of those themes. So. Look, I think the chart in Nvidia looks pretty good. It's underperformed the other types of semi names. It's underperformed memory. It's underperformed some of the storage names. But this is we have volatility elevated into it. I think what we're seeing this morning with indexes green is some alleviation of volatility, right? I mean, overnight with Trump in the State of the Union and no dialing up of the Iran stuff, you're seeing some vol come out, and I think you're seeing markets levitate back on back of that. But tonight really will be the determinant. I suspect we're going to get, very constructive talk from Jensen on the Nvidia outlook and everything. The guy is the most bullish guy out there, but we'll see how the stock reacts. I think it's interesting that, the 1 day move here is about as low as we've seen for Nvidia in quite some time. So, potential, big fireworks could come here. If with a big outperformance, do we get a rotation back into tech out of small caps? If they miss, semis are going to get destroyed. Software is going to react, probably go the other way. We'll see some violent unwinds from that. So plenty to do. Plus we have, month end coming up later this week. And the Iran stuff, if the Geneva talks go one way, we'll have some risk into the weekend. So still a lot ahead of us here. Volatility. I think that's why volatility is staying, reasonably firm. But if we kind of get through this and the trade talks, the geopolitical talks go well, vol's going to come out bigly to exit the month, and I think that's how we would break free and kind of move higher for the year if we get that 1-2 punch of good numbers and alleviation on the Iran stuff.
Yeah, we've got a roaring economy. So, Blake, what markets are kind of what do you have your eye on today? What's kind of striking you as a market that's going to move today?
Well, while you were sleeping, if you guys didn't catch it, the Nikkei is blasting higher, and so if you look at the S&P and you just take a step back, and we I'm sure you guys have mentioned it probably numerous times about us being in this very, very tight trading range. What we're actually doing is we're coiling into a triangle, and so I'm watching the S&P as we approach around the 6950 to 6970 level. Depending if you're looking at futures, it's going to be around 6970. We break above that in the futures. That means, and that would be post Nvidia. That means that we're going to be probing the upper end, and getting closer to that 7,000 mark. And as Craig just pointed out, Iran's going to be the deal breaker or the deal maker as far as the markets go. And maybe that's what's going to break us out of this malaise. Volatility has dropped precipitously, not only in equities, but also in currencies as well. So I'm paying really close attention to that. One of the other things too, and I know you guys are probably going to touch on precious metals. Gold's looking firm, and I still think gold has the chance of getting to the 5350 level, where I'm actually looking to place a short, just so everybody knows here. But that is it's been making its way up there, and I think these precious metals actually look pretty good.
Wow, there's a
Platinum's up.
Go ahead, Shai.
Sorry, platinum's up 7.5% right now, which is huge, $165. So metals are roaring. Overnight, we had silver touch, or it's at almost up 4% at $91. So they're on the move.
So Shai, I mean, is this risk on again, or is this supply and demand?
Well, I think it's both a little bit. I think the market's been calmed a little bit, as you know. Platinum, palladium, and silver, although they are precious metals, they are industrial metals as well. And so this seems like that, maybe the economy story is good. We also have copper back over $6 again overnight. Yeah. And remember also, China came back from Lunar New Year just last night the night before last. So they're back in trading these markets as well. And there's a lot of trading in China in the metals specifically.
I think it's the year of the horse, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
But I don't know. Let's shoot over to, so Treasury bonds are sticky, right? We're at 117 in 23, 30 seconds. Notes are following also a little bit off today on price, which means yield's a little bit higher. Craig, what are you thinking with respect to, future Fed cut and the longer end of the yield kind of as a relationship?
Yeah, well, we had a 2-year auction yesterday, which was pretty good. Today, a 5-year auction, I think will be very important, and then a 7-year auction tomorrow. So, we know Treasury is issuing tons of notes and bonds every other week, and a lot of bills every week, and will be more bills if the tariffs really do go away. So we know that that's never really going to stop. I mean, we've been talking about this back and forth here on the bond market, and the last couple of weeks we've been seeing more fears developing in the bond market's concern about the deflationary impacts of future AI developments, right? I think that narrative has really started to move into the tape here. If AI is as good as it seems to be, or people believe it to be, or some of the FinTwit pundits think it's going to be highly deflationary. It's going to be disruptive to the labor environment as well. And I think the bond market, has been starting to sniff that out too. But then you get days like today, where we have a little bit of a check back here, not a lot of news. There are some hawkish Fed speakers coming up today, and we've seen hawkish Fed speak, since the minutes last week, right? I mean, we talked about that several participants really are kind of leaning the other direction here, or would be considering, the potential for the next move from the Fed to be a hike. Now, not that there is an imminent hike, just that it's not necessarily the case that the next move needs to be a cut. And then Waller came out earlier this week as well and kind of talked about this January payroll print being better than expected. And if we were to get another one, then he would be firmly on the camp of being in pause mode as well. And so the Fed seems to be leaning in the direction of moving away from restoring the interest rate cut environment that the president certainly wants. Danielle DiMartino Booth was talking about this yesterday, that the data is going to show up and is going to give Warsh the ability to push the committee in that direction. Well, we need to see the data, right? I mean, we've had the government shutdown has obfuscated the data. It's made it hard to see exactly what the trends are. Then we've had terrible weather to start the year. We had a record cold last month in January. We had another big storm. This month it's going to messes with the data, and so it makes it not as cloudy, not as clear. But I think next week we'll get the next payroll print for February, and we'll either confirm or deny whether the January was a one-off or if that's the kind of resurgence of a trend. I think if we start to see the slowness in the labor market continue, bonds are going to keep rallying. Rate cuts will get priced back into the market. But another good print there from the labor market next month, and we're going to see a big sell-off in the front end. We're going to see yields moving higher. We're going to push these rate cuts out to the next one, probably till September. So yeah, I think next week's a big week with respect to the payroll data. We get all the you get all the February data to start the month next week. So I think that's what the bond market is wrestling with at this point.
Do you mind if I ask a question here, Jim?
Yeah. Well, so Blake, hold that thought for a second.
Okay.
We're going to jump to a quick edge report, and then we're going to come back to the panel and then fire away. I also want to ask you about the yen because I know that the yen is on the move last night, big time. Just on the future side, looking at the chart, was like, whoa, big red candle. So let's hang tight. Let's just pivot to a quick edge report, and we'll come right back. All right, all right. Well, actually, I have the yen chart up ready for Blake, so we'll just kind of set the table for that right now. I mean, this is that big red candle here, and we're going to ask Blake in a minute why this is happening here. We're driving back down to this area of support, and the yen over U.S. futures 63.33. But the real story that I want to talk about here is in copper. Tracy kind of mentioned metals a little bit. Copper being over $6 right now. We're in this long-term consolidation range here. My line in the sand is 6.067 on a daily candle chart. That VWAP, my anchored VWAP here is kind of defining the bottom of the conversation, support 5.765. Every time we kind of poke our heads above that 6.067 level, sellers bring us back down. We'll see if this time is real, though. This is kind of a nice kind of move up on the on currencies, copper. And the RSI is also arcing up nicely. Intraday, this is kind of a 3-day peak here. You can see this point of control just keeps on moving up, keeps on moving up, keeps on moving up. Price happiness is moving up on a daily basis. Intraday, we have some targets here. We have JAX 3 as a target on the upside, approximately 6.07. Above that, we have JAX 2, 6.10. Should we get some kind of retracement back down, we have this nice point of control here to look at that's just kind of south of the session VWAP here. Let me just open this up a little bit better so we can hit a better peak. Bear with me. So that's kind of the support level right now. We'll see if we can get there. And then London initial balance lows, of course, are next on the radar screen. Below that, again, we have the 0 DTE call resistance level at 5.95 is a target on the downside should things break bad. But right now, I'm kind of bullish on copper. You can see all the metals are kind of perky right now. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P. We're going to talk more about this later, I am sure, with Farm. But let's just take a look at this daily chart here. We've been kind of range bound, believe it or not, and we've literally finally yesterday I was gloomy yesterday morning, and then things turned around. And, Larry Williams told us it was going to a couple of days ago. He said anytime you get a big red candle like this and you close near the lows, the next day is green. And sure enough, that happened. Doesn't happen all the time, everybody. Just keep that in mind. But we're above that November anchored VWAP, those November swing lows. We're above the yearly open by quite a bit in the E-mini S&P. And we're tapping the yearly anchored volume weighted average price. And it's right by that 61.8% retracement. And that's just retracement. It's just measuring the high to the low for the calendar year. So again, important level right now. Not a big volume node. We kind of have a weak volume node right now for the last, couple of weeks here at the price we're trading at right now. But this is looking pretty good. The target wick here on this candle is approximately 69.31. We'll see if we could drive above that. Intraday, we probably have some great targets as well. We're right at that call resistance level. Let me adjust this chart so you guys can see it a little bit better. This is a 30-minute candle. That 0 DT call resistance level is right there at 69.25. We're just sitting on it right now, dangling our toes over it. And then JAX 2 is the next stop up, 69.30. Above that, call resistance 69.50. And believe it or not, that one-day max is pretty far up, but maybe achievable. Who knows? 69.71. And then down below here, if we do break bad, we have that session VWAP, a lot of price separation here between that and where we're at right now. We have JAX 3 at 69.05. And that's pretty close to the bottom of the London initial balance. This is kind of where support is pretty firm so far. And I'm going to call that at 69.03. Again, right next to that yearly open, right? So we'll see if we can make it back down. Most importantly, that high vol level, 6,900, is right there. That's going to be a key too. So we'll see if we could defend that if we get any sellers in this market. So let's get back to the panel. That is this morning's Edge report. Let's get back to the panel and getting into it with the Pipstar, Japanese yen. I mean, tell us what happened there, Blake.
Well, the BOJ, or I should say Takayachi, she appointed two new board members of the BOJ, Toichiro Asada and Ayano Sato, and both known doves, and so this is what set the yen, weakening. So it's interesting. It's kind of Takahashi, being the prime minister, being in the good graces of the U.S. She's kind of using the U.S. to her advantage. It was leaked out just earlier this week that the Treasury was responsible for the rate checks. Here in the yen. So you saw the yen actually strengthen when people said, oh, wait, you got the Ministry of Finance in Japan, and then you also have the New York Fed basically doing rate checks. Holy cow, the yen strengthened. And those are those triple green candles from a week and a half ago. And you've seen it actually bleed lower as, over the last couple of days as we started to realize that Takahashi, she's dovish. She had also mentioned that she doesn't want to see rate hikes. She's going to try to oppose them, if you will. And so the yen has been weakening back towards, where we're currently trading. And then on top of it, you throw in the BOJ, the new appointments. Now, the issue is we are now getting close to those levels, Jim, where the BOJ, and everybody knows that the BOJ or the Ministry of Finance, BOJ, and the U.S. are right in the winds, right around these levels. Potentially, they could intervene once again. And if they do, it's going to just jam us right back up again, even if they give us a rate check, which is basically, they're calling around desks and basically giving us a heads up that intervention could be potentially coming. So it has been a really nasty move and a nasty consolidation. You can see in your chart, Jim, it's coiling. Yeah. And that's the same thing we're seeing in the S&P, to be fair. The one thing that I would be paying really close attention to is the stock market, because if the stock market continues to move higher, and if, let's say, Craig is right and yields move up from current levels, the yen pairs tend to move up with yield. So you could actually see this chart break lower if stocks push towards all-time highs. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye on, but obviously you can't get too carried away because you are at risk of a rate check or intervention from the Bank of Japan.
Got it. Let's go around the horn. Shai, yen or any currency movement that has you concerned?
So, currencies are not something that I watch often, except for the dollar index, and we are, we're still at that 97 and 88 cents kind of area. We're still at the lower end of where we have been. We know that the administration, even though you have Bessent say that he, is a strong dollar, but I think every Treasury Secretary has to say that. And I think that the administration is happy with kind of a softer dollar here. And so, for U.S. dollar index, we've been pretty subdued over, the last while here. So last few weeks, actually. So I think it's in a good place right now. And I think other currencies are going to be a factor of something more than the U.S. dollar.
Got it. Craig, dollar index over 97. This dollar has not broke. What's your thoughts on that?
I was as Blake was talking, I was just kind of thinking about this dynamic in Japan where the yen can weaken but not too much, and then JGB yields can go up but not too much, and then as a part of the bond market stuff, which we talked about earlier, was there's been a rally back in JGBs over the course of the last few weeks as well. So now that the prime minister is saying we don't really want rate hikes, what we're seeing is curve steepener there. The long end selling off again, yields moving back higher in Japan. That could take global yields back higher again. What I was thinking is a lot of markets just kind of seem like they're on they're teetering between a knife's edge back and forth, right? We've talked about the S&Ps kind of being range bound, waiting for some sort of breakout. Is Nvidia going to be the catalyst? We'll see. The crude market has been, better this year, but can it really move materially higher? At some point, Trump comes in and says, we can't really have higher oil prices because we know how bad it is for the consumer, but we can't really have lower oil prices because then we don't get any production from big energy. And so it's, and then we have this yen move where, yields can move higher, but not too high. Yen can go weaker, but not too weak, right? We've seen a lot of these markets are, kind of stuck and waiting for a fundamental catalyst, a break. And we don't know which one of these markets is going to break, but when one of them breaks, they're all going to break together and likely in a coordinated, correlated way. And so we have to kind of identify which is the area that's more likely to break first. I think ultimately, probably what winds up happening, it's the geopolitical, right? That's what's going to wind up, I think, breaking all of this. People really want to know. There's a lot of war premium built into the oil market right now, rightfully so. And so I think this is a crucial week for the oil market and for this U.S.-Iran situation. We have talks in Geneva going to be going on. Modi is in Israel today and tomorrow, so no chance of anything happening tonight or tomorrow with Modi in Israel. But once he leaves airspace, Israeli airspace, and then once the Geneva talks are finished, the window is open, right? And so I think that's what will help really determine once crude gets going in either direction, right? If we get a world peace, salvo, and oil falls and yields fall and S&Ps break out, that'll be the dynamic in play. And if it goes the wrong way and Strait of Hormuz gets closed and oil gaps up $10, S&Ps are going the other way. So to me, it seems like the geopolitical oil situation is top of mind. Next few days are going to be of paramount importance, for that. And I think that's ultimately going to help set the tone for the rest of the quarter is going to be what the oil market does here in light of this Iran situation.
Awesome commentary as usual. Great panel discussion this morning, everybody. Appreciate that. Blake, thanks for waking up super early. I know you never sleep anyway. But we do have a great lineup today I want to talk about right now. Going forward here today, we have Bob McNally joining us. Super great guest. Cannot wait. Farm's going to be with us for Tape Talk. Kane and Leo, Prop Talk, and Trade the Open. Then joined by XYZ and Nick. And then we're going to have Stowe joining as well a little bit later in the morning. This afternoon, we have Jack, Ant, Chris, Jen Trading Boxes, and Selma with us for Trade the Close. So great lineup today. Looking forward to it. Thanks again, panel. You guys are awesome as usual. And I think it's time for Shai to take it away with our special guest.
All right, guys. So our guest today is Bob McNally, president of Rapid Energy Group, also the author of my favorite oil book, Crude Volatility, which I just so happen to bring in for this interview. I got to spend some time with him in Saudi Arabia earlier this month. And so without ado, let's introduce Bob.
Good morning.
Hey, Bob, how are you
Tracy.
doing?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Very well. Thank you for having me on. I've enjoyed listening to the conversation here, so I really appreciate being on the platform. How are you?
Excellent. So let's get right into it. We do have on Thursday, we're talking about on Thursday, we do have Iran and the U.S. meeting again for talks in Geneva. And you were on another network the other day saying that Iran could disrupt the Hormuz for longer than the market sink, and then you wouldn't get insured by Lloyd's, obviously. In that kind of environment, this obviously is a big place for not only crude oil, but LNG traffic. And markets seem to be pricing in Iran risk pretty calmly right now. Are they wrong? And if so, what's the scenario that kind of finally forces them to pay attention? And what are you looking at specifically in these talks on Thursday?
Yeah, great. Great subject. So first of all, I'd say, I spent 12 years at Tudor Investment on the buy side as sort of a Washington analyst, and then the last 17 years at Rapid End. So we put scenarios and probabilities on things for our clients, right? We're not could go this way, could go that way. Any way it goes, we're right type of thing. And I think the market has been understandably underestimating geopolitical disruption risk in oil. I say understandably because we've had a lot of head fakes since the Saudis were attacked by Iran on September 19, had the biggest open ever in the Sunday Open and crude. Didn't turn out to be a disruption when the Iranians attacked Abqaiq, the stabilization plant, probably the most valuable piece of real estate on planet Earth, literally. But it didn't result in a disruption. The Iranians wanted to just show what they could do. You had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We gapped from 80 to over 120. No disruption, reversed. We've had the June war. Nice rally, reversed. And so the market's gotten into sort of boy who cried wolf mode. As you noted, especially in options, there's some risk premium priced in absolutely right now. Who knows? Maybe $5 to $7 flat price, certainly in options. I mean, you cannot watch the assemblage of military force that the president has been ordering and not think that it's zero risk. But I still think it's lower than appropriate. And we've been telling clients well, we upped recently from 60 to 75% probability in days to weeks that there will be some form of kinetic action between the United States and Iran in the coming days to weeks. So that can range from the declaration of a Venezuela-style blockade, any cargo coming out of Karg Island, Iran's main export terminal, we're going to stop, up to including just a full-on wholesale military attack. And so. Yeah, we're staying right there. We watched yesterday very closely. The media didn't notice. I mean, it wasn't a lot of coverage, but a very unusual thing happened yesterday in Washington. Something called the Gang of Eight, which is the leadership of the House and the Senate, bipartisan, and the intelligence and the foreign policy committees. They were invited to the White House for a briefing by Secretary of State and the CIA director. I worked in the White House for President Bush. That does not happen normally. That's just not a catch-up. You only do that when the president's made a portentous decision or the U.S. faces grave risks. And if you watch how, especially a minority leader, Schumer came out of that meeting, that guy loves to talk, right? All he said was, this is a serious moment. The president's got to make his case to the people, and walked away. Very curt, very dour. So, and you saw the president last night in the State of the Union, no sign of a breakthrough there. So by our monitoring, Iran has not closed the gap and has come close to deal space with Trump. So odds are still firmly that we're headed towards some sort of military conflict. Final thing I'll say just on this, again, we're always trying to identify variant perceptions, like where is Rapidan different from the market consensus, the best we can tell. In addition to the probability of military action, I'd say the other one is the duration. I was at the IE week. I don't know if you were there in London a couple of weeks ago. All the traders, all the investors, all the energy world was in London a couple of weeks ago. And everybody's like, well, you can't balance the oil and the LNG market without Hormuz. Therefore, President Trump won't allow Hormuz to be disrupted. And so it'll be a matter of hours, maybe a day or two, and then the U.S. military will prevail. Well, that may have been what happened when we last fought Iran in 1988, a brief afternoon war. We sank about a third of their navy. That may have been what happened militarily in Gulf War I. That may have been what happened in Gulf War II. Yes, the U.S. in the past, when it starts shooting at somebody, the fighting's over pretty quickly. And crude collapses, by the way. Look at the opens on 91 and 2003. But that is not the case, I think, with Hormuz. If Iran chooses to fight, we think they can sustain a closure of Hormuz in a time period measured more like weeks than hours or days. Consider this. Last April, the Houthis held off the U.S. military for 52 days. We spent $1 billion. We had 1,000 munitions used, and we failed. The United States had to call a ceasefire. I think President Trump congratulated the Houthis publicly for their bravery and their resilience. The Iranians have much better weaponry and a much better coastline to operate from if they choose to make Hormuz unsafe. So if this thing kicks off, I can see an initial rally. One of your colleagues mentioned $10. We gap up. That's probably right. Then I can see a relief sell-off, like, oh, wait a minute, everyone, you go to Grok, you go to ChatGPT, you ask your analyst, what happened in the last wars? It's over, crude sells off, with or without an SPR release. But, we think if that Hormuz is not open and safe in about 3 days, we can see a respike into much higher levels. So that's kind of in a nutshell how we're seeing it.
And then let's move over to Venezuela very quickly. You've been consistent in saying it's a 5 to 10 year story. We have the administration saying we're going to get all this oil out immediately. And we've had actually the oil companies come out and say, Exxon came out and said it's uninvestable, essentially. And so what kind of has your view changed, and what kind of single variable are you watching most closely to know whether U.S. majors will really go back into Venezuela? And what is the probability of that, given that, this Trump's out of office in 3 years. What if another administration comes in and does something different as far as policy? And oil companies look at a 10, 20-year timeline, not a 3-year timeline.
Yeah, our view is still the same. I mean, there is some low-hanging fruit to pluck. There is 500, 600,000 barrels a day of oil that can be produced, increased production in Venezuela by creating the basic conditions. Now sanctions are off. You can market the crude under U.S. supervision. You're seeing companies are going back in, workovers, wellbore cleanouts, getting diluent in. So I'm not saying you can't go from 600,000 barrels a day to 1 million or 1,000,001 crude production in the next few years. I mean, I think the conditions have been set for that. But anyone talking about going back to 2 or 3+ million barrels a day, that is going to require a real sustained and long-term commitment by the oil companies that have the sophistication, the capital, and the planning capability to pull that off, given the heavy nature of Venezuela's crude reserves and so forth. And as you said, until they want to see, first of all, safety and a legitimate, not like a morally legitimate, but like in a political science sense, like this government is, enjoys political legitimacy. It's going to be around. If deals we make with it will survive President Trump. Because remember, if you're an oil company and you're looking to plunk in tens of billions of dollars in Venezuela, you're attracted, but it's enticing. But you're thinking about a President Newsom or a President AOC as much as maybe J.D. Vance. I mean, you're not doing deals with President Trump in the long term there. And, the president kind of went the opposite direction of Iraq, right? In Iraq, we destroyed the Saddam government, replaced it first with a coalition authority, and then allowed them to eventually kind of create their own government. Trump isn't doing that. He's like, that's a mistake. We're going to go in there and work with the existing government. We got Maduro in Brooklyn, but we're going to work with the existing guys. And we're not going to worry about rushing to elections or anything else. Well, that may work well in the short term. You may not have as much chaos as we did in Iraq in the short term. However, for the long term, and Venezuela is a long-term story, those oil companies are going to want to see a stable, legitimate government, elections, someone they can deal with for in the coming years to decades. And until then, I think they're going to be cautious about those big investments.
And then quickly here, we have a few more minutes. I want to talk about, we have the OPEC plus video meeting this weekend. We know that they paused all through of Q1. What is your assessment on whether or not they increase oil production incrementally from, what they have, or raise the ceiling, I should say, at this meeting, or hold off, especially with kind of this Iran situation, very fluid. Russian peace process is not going as well as one would have expected. And so what kind of camp are you in? Because it seems like either it's a yes camp or a no camp on whether or not they increase production again, or raise the production ceiling, I should say.
Yeah, so we're leaning toward a modest resumption of hikes, or what they call tapering. They had planned to cut for the first quarter, as you mentioned, and then the plan was resume. So it would take a decision to not resume. That requires consensus. And my sense is, look, there's a lot of smoke here, and not so much fire. When we talk about a headline increase, and they're probably going to go back to that 137 KBD monthly. That's just of the 8 OPEC plus countries that say, the volunteers that are that have spare capacity, they say, and are able to increase. So it's only 8 countries, but really within them, and you know this, Tracy, you and I, we were in only really Saudi Arabia and UAE really have spare capacity. So when the market says 137, it's more like 60 of real oil. So there's headline and then real barrels. This is really small. And I bet you they're going to say, we're going to review this every month. They may say, well, we're going to start 137 in April and we're going to go through the end of the year. But they're going to say, we're going to check every month and review. Why are they doing it? Because a lot of folks see oversupply, notwithstanding these geopolitical risks. I think they see an opportunity. This is really Saudi Arabia and UAE now, to grab a little extra revenue Also, as you know, we talked about over there, they're all having these assessments done of their capacity. They want to see who's swimming without a bathing suit. So when they announce a 137 and then only Saudi and UAE can really go up, it kind of says, yeah, we're the only ones that really have spare capacity. It's a point I think they want to make to their other guys. And they've been, as you know, they've been sort of in a more bullish camp. I don't think they're super bullish, but they've been saying the market's tighter, it can take these barrels. And there is Iran. I think, look, in last June, we saw Saudi Arabia surge by 500,000 barrels a day in 1 month during the June war. So I'm sure, as you mentioned, the Saudis see what's coming, and I wouldn't be surprised they want to move some barrels out into the market. Because remember, if Hormuz is closed, not only do we lose 20 million barrels a day of crude and product, 20% of LNG, but most of that spare capacity is also bottled up in there.
Absolutely. And I have a million more questions, but unfortunately, we're going to have to end it here. Hope we can get you back on again and hope to see you soon at another event.
Many thanks.
All right, guys. Bob McNally, great. His book, Crude Volatility, I highly recommend it. If you're interested in the oil markets, it's fantastic. And now I will pass it to Jim and Farm.
Yeah,
Morning, Jim. Morning, chat.
Good morning, Farm. Sorry, I was talking to myself for a minute there. It happens
I do that a
sometimes.
lot.
How you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think you saw me post the yearly candle for ES on X last night.
Yeah,
There is no candle, right?
that was startling, actually. That was a great post because it really makes the point, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, between sellers and buyers this year so far, the annual Micro Penis convention is going to be extremely well attended. There's just there's no conviction on either side. There's just nobody's got anything, right? Nobody's bringing anything to the table. So, that's where we're at with this thing, and it's really wearing a lot of people out. I'm sure it is kind of exhausting at times. Especially if you're trying to swing this market in either direction. So it's fine for day traders. You don't care. You just go to sleep, make your money, whatever. Come in and leave. Yeah, it's wearing people out for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. I know. And it's from a swing trade point of view, it's particularly tricky because, last night's a good example, and I was a victim of this. I decided, you know what, I'm going to get short a little bit here overnight. I just have a feeling that we're just going to revert back down, and I was wrong. Got out this morning, but
Yeah.
I probably wasn't the only one.
Just get back in. You're fine. I did the same thing. I was short last night, 17s, I think. In that this wick here, when they came out, you do have a chart. Yeah, when that came down and they just bricked massive volume into the 92s, I was like, wow, I'm screwed. So that was good fun, but I'm short again because I'm stubborn. But that's what we talk about here today. The big picture. This is all a big range down here these last 3 weeks, right? And we've talked about this low volume node from this trailing week a couple of weeks ago. And, so in order for things to change, buyers will have to find a way to sustain sort of in this upper distribution here. And I've sort of combined, I threw on a profile just to combine those so you can just kind of see it real quick. So you see where we're at right here is kind of the upper edge of this distribution that we're sitting at here. So to me, this is a sell.
And that's February, right? Farm.
I just slapped it on 3 weeks. It's not like a month.
Okay.
It's just a composite profile that I just slapped on starting from this move here. Just to give an idea, mostly combining the last 3 weeks really was the idea here. So, so to me, can we break this out today? Sure. We can, but this is range high until proven otherwise. And so it's a little bit iffy to be, initiating longs up here. We've got Nvidia earnings today, after hours. It's always a trap into Nvidia earnings. Is it a trap higher? Is it a trap lower? I'm a little bit skeptical that this would break. Again, you see how meaty this distribution is here. Are we going to leave that prior to possibly some of the most important information, market generated information that we're going to get. We can, given, sellers absolutely shitting the sheets into 6830s a couple of times again this week. But I would be skeptical about moves sustaining here. So it's one of those situations where it's like it's range high. You can try to sell it. Doesn't mean that it stops. It can break past, last week's high, fail back in range. But I mean, if it is sustaining above, call it last week's high, I've been using this 31.35 spot. I mean, there's probably gonna be some covering, I would think. But again, I would be very, very careful up here in general. On the daily profiles on ES, you had so you had a B-shaped profile.
By the way, Farm, real quick, on the daily candle, I've got this. Anthony turned me on to this anchoring the VWAP to January, the first day of the year, right? January 2nd, and
right there.
We're right there, right? So it's almost like we're right between that and then the yearly open at 02. I mean, this is where this green candle is right now. And, a breakout above a close. We haven't had a close above that VWAP for 10 days.
That's right. Yeah, we are right there at year-to-date VWAP. And I don't think NQ is even close.
No.
And NQ is also same type of idea. It's sort of sitting up at range high right now. And that's not really the place to initiate longs. I mean, again, can you... can we trade higher? Yeah. Will it sustain? Maybe. But that's sort of the risk here. Now, I mean, again, you look down at this happening last night, and that's also been a key spot. Really, anything in the 94-ish range. I've been using 98 to 6902 as sort of key in separating that low volume area from a couple of weeks ago. But I mean, you see something like this and you're like, well, shit, maybe we're going to break this out today. So I'm definitely a little bit cautious of that. But I mean, you come back and you look at the weeks. Today's Wednesday. So on Monday, you get a B-shaped profile. So you get a liquidation off of range high. Everybody blaming the Citrini article. It's like, really? I mean, we get an opening drive higher at the open. They were so concerned about this article that they actually bid the open and drove it higher. It had nothing to do with the fact at all that it was like massive resistance and this huge LVN from a couple of weeks. It was purely the Citrini article. So we liquidate, we get a B-shaped profile. Yesterday, we get basically a P-shaped profile. So, I mean, what do you get when you stick a P and a B? You either get a double distribution or you get balance. And what we've seen is that the balance has already occurred. The balance has already been there over many weeks. And it's really this entire range is balanced. So big picture, do we come back down towards the middle? Do we get suction back towards the middle of that profile? Or are we like actually going to break this thing out? And to me, I mean, you could just look at that overnight low and like that's your spot because that's roughly where this P breaks down. If you look at it on a cash hours basis, so if we're offering, say I used 92.5 to 94 for today. If we're offering that, then there's risk of, backfilling some of yesterday's profile. Again, it's still just a big ass balance. So normally and this did not act like a P as it was forming quite so much. I mean, I look at how a profile, how it actually forms, not just the shape. And it didn't quite, especially NQ didn't quite act like your traditional P, like it's just a straight cover rally and then consolidation. It was just a little bit different. So I have no reason to think that this thing would backfill. Normally you'd be looking for yesterday's open and low. This is the whole range, right? Like it's this entire range. Like I don't think it does that necessarily. I think bulls would step in at some point. So even if you did get a failure up here, honestly though, now that we've tested up higher, if we get a failure up here and then back below 94, it could be a shit show. But coming into today, for my plan, I was thinking like, if we break this down, maybe 69.73 holds somewhere. But I mean, like getting all the way back down to yesterday's low seems a little bit optimistic, I think, for sellers. So like at this point, I mean, here we are, we've got, 37 minutes to open. We had a spike on ES yesterday. So that just means we made new high a day in the last 30 minutes. It was initially rejected. But then again, like this 92.5 to 94 spot hold, keeping price up here in yesterday's upper distribution. So at this point, it's all going to be about like, does this spike hold, right? So if we get some kind of test lower and this spike holds, then we just have a true gap up situation that holds and it's objectively a long. Again, like I'm keeping kind of a tight leash on longs up here if I'm initiating. Because it is like kind of ass in the wind on that composite profile, right? I mean, we're all the way up at the upper edge. So I don't love that because it's a situation where like you could be, I mean, again, I'll go back to the composite. Like if you're here, like basically right where we're at,
Yeah.
you could be right 1 minute and be selling something that is very expensive. And then a few moments later, you could be buying something higher that's very cheap. Like that's just
Yeah.
kind of how auction market theory works. So this is a very, very tricky spot where, you could be, again, selling here and correct to do so, and then also end up very, very wrong just a few minutes later. So kind of an important day. And again, like I sort of question if we're going to break out into ahead of Nvidia, or if it would be like some kind of a trap.
Yeah.
Maybe after hours comes back down and checks the middle of the profile. I'm going to try to load my NQ. Seems like it's doing this a little bit slow.
Yeah, I mean,
Same
we've seen
exact
this too
deal.
before for Nvidia, as Craig called it, the Super Bowl of earnings announcements. And we've seen this before in the past where the market just is like, no, I'm not gonna. We're just gonna kind of oscillate around a point of control today. We're not gonna mess with this.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Any kind of like huge, news event, market generated information, like the price tends to find a home at a high volume node. But in this case, looks like we're going for the breakout. We're breaking away from that. So I mean, the risk is there. I will say, and especially on NQ, ES as well, but especially on NQ, I mean, there really was some nice tapering into these lows in this kind of 669 to 700 range that I've been using as a weekly level for quite some time. They've now reclaimed 947 to 969, which again, from that, trailing week a couple of weeks ago, I had decided to stick with that as opposed to some spot in between, in this low volume node. So for me, it was like sellers were kind of in control, back below 947, 969, buyers clearly in control above 169, 187. We're kind of sitting in the middle of nowhere here, right? So same deal as for ES. You've got a decision to make today. And then, does any kind of attempted reclaim of this fail, or does it sustain? So kind of a big day. It's hard to want to fade a move. I mean, I'll fade anything, but it's kind of hard to want to fade this type of a move. Again, especially after seeing that overnight low. I mean, just again, bricked volume into that low. It's kind of hard to want to do that. So it's going to be all about, does this spike sustain at this point? And then, your overnight low is at a perfect location, really on NQ as well. So ES and NQ, mark your overnight low, offering that, and I think you liquidate. But until or unless that happens, I think bulls have a shot here to try to run for this breakout. It's just like, I would just really keep it tight leash on any longs, because especially with a catalyst like Nvidia, they may just snap this back to value on you, and you feel like an idiot. Again, keep in mind, we have not traded a single moment of cash. We've had a number of days where like pre-market looks amazing, and then all of a sudden we dump to hell at the open, or pre-market looks terrible, and then we just rip to the moon at the open. So let's see what cash hours participants think. But again, both indices are going to be a true gap up. So the rules of the way that I play true gaps, and I have to be very careful what I say, so I don't get yelled at by PAX. I look at the range of the first 5 minutes. Personally, not the 5 minute opening range, so there is no such thing. But the range of the first 5 minutes, I like to look at that. I like to work a little bit slower than PAX with like his 30-second. But I'm looking at the open. Can buyers sustain above the open broadly? And I'll use that 5 minute opening range. Can sellers even trade below the low of the first 5 minutes, like at all?
Yeah.
And if not, going higher, right? At least initially, and then you'd monitor, is it a failed opening drive higher? But like, it can't sell off until it's below the 5 minute opening range low at all. I'm not saying immediately slap a breakdown short, but it's just something I use to monitor for how the day might end up. Do we trade both sides of the 5 minute opening range? Or do we only trade below it? And if we're only trading below roughly the open 5 minute opening range low, I'm looking for a back test of yesterday's high, and you can carry that for NQ and ES. And then, does yesterday's high hold, or do we get sucked back in? If we get sucked back in, do we get back below the overnight low? Because basically sitting at key areas, and this weekly 98 to 902 spot has been big as well. So that's kind of the day for me.
So far, I'm just looking at this NASI move right now. It just looks like this is a low volume kind of probe higher right now. What's your experience like going into cash when that happens?
I mean, really, I'm probably looking for an inventory correction at cash, which would be a pullback. Again, it's got its ass in the wind up here. It's got nowhere to go. So until or unless it breaks and sustains above this spot clearly, it has gone nowhere and it has accomplished nothing. So to me, the risks here to these buyers are significant. Maybe they're right, and maybe we just rip through at the open.
Yeah.
But this move higher, we obviously have a leg of Europeans that are max long. At some point, you could see an inventory correction that could happen into or at the open. So maybe we get some kind of a snap back to yesterday's high now. Maybe it happens later. Maybe we don't get it at all. We just rip to the moon and it's easy. But again, like ass in the wind, big time here for buyers. So I would be tight leash, profits taken up into these spots. I am only a seller here, whether it's to be short or whether it's a long taking profits.
Awesome. Great analysis as usual, Farm. Appreciate you. I know it's early there, but you never sleep, as you remind us every once in a while. But you look fantastic. Thanks for the great intel. Look forward to talking to you again.
Appreciate it. You take care, bud.
All right. All right. Wow. That was good stuff. Great panel. Great discussion from Farm. Thank you for that. Appreciate everybody here being in the chat. We are ready. Before, you know what? Yeah, no, let's get these guys in, and then I want to talk about some promotions in a second. We're ready for prop talk and trade the open with our two heavyweights. We have Leo the Big Cat and Kane. Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys feeling today?
Feeling fresh.
Long time no speak.
I know. It feels like we just did this a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. I'm good though, Jim. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I'm just a little, as I've been talking all morning about it, just a little bit surprised that the stock index futures are kind of peppy this morning, catching a little bit of a bid.
Yeah, they are, yeah. I was short earlier. I got stopped, so it's a do or die spot for me, and it's looked like it's gonna do. So I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, I hear you, man. All right, well, let's get right into this. Let's get into some prop talk here. Let's start with you, Kane. What is going on out there?
Honestly, pretty low maintenance week in prop. I think the headline is actually regarding prop. It's not actually affecting prop. It's surrounding prop. Don't want to get too into it, but it is what it is. TBT reopened their Pro Plus, which is their live accounts. As I mentioned before, I think they were getting murdered on silver, so I think they paused it to stabilize their parameters. But they're back up online, and anyone that was Pro Plus, I think, is automatically enrolled back into it. If not, I'm sure they will be very quickly. Obviously, the main issue regarding props last week has actually been some TradeAvate outages, which I think a lot of people are aware of. The team obviously the TradeAvate team sent out an email basically to all TradeAvate users the other day saying that basically there's a lot more users than normal. A lot of people have moved to TradeAvate in the last couple of months. It's put some strain on resources. They're investing heavily in those resources to correct it. And I guess lastly, news surrounding Apex. Again, this is kind of what spurred a lot of the news around prop on the last week. If you're not aware, you open Twitter, you'll be soon very aware of it. But Apex rolled out new updates to their dashboard. So I guess a lot of people always had complaints around Apex's UI being stuck in the past, and you actually didn't know where your account was or what rules you did or didn't breach. So they rolled out a new dashboard surrounding that. So you can basically track everything all in one place, I guess, bringing it in line with what is now the industry standard. And Apex's just stance on transparency in the industry. They published quite a large public statement addressing high-profile claims of massive profits. I'm not going to go into the specifics because I don't necessarily agree with it. However, Apex's stances on affiliates and influencers is that those that are spending high amounts to suggest they are making a lot, they are not going to tolerate it anymore, which I think is a net positive on the industry. I guess from a more personal note from me, I would tell everybody to take what they see online with a pinch of salt unless it can be proven with, receipts ultimately. There are some highly profitable people that trade prop, but obviously with those high profits comes high spend. It's not naturally obtainable for the average person that's buying an evaluation for 80 to 200, 300, $400. It does require high spend because the rules there are stricter. But like I said, not to get into the specifics, that's kind of the headline. Pretty quiet week all round, really.
Yeah. Well, just on a side note, some of the comments on X are just brutal, man. It's like, come on, you guys could do better than this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it yesterday during the close, right? Like, there is this there's this group of people online that want to tear everyone down, which is great when the people are bad, but there are also good people that try and do good things that get caught up in that. But again, that's not related to prop, that's just related to the industry. So
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
yeah.
So, Leo, what are you seeing, man?
Just a reminder for the folks that don't know, NinjaTrader Mobile is the place to trade on mobile. That's going to be leading the charge going forward. I know a lot of people are still using Tradeovate, and I still see, lots of people, saying Tradeovate app, has problems, etc. The focus for NinjaTrader Mobile is NinjaTrader Mobile. It's no longer Tradeovate. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. You can trade NinjaTrader Mobile on mobile live on your live account. You can also sign in with prop account and trade those. So, for folks in the chat that haven't used NinjaTrader Mobile, I would just highly recommend that you download it, put it on your phone. It's miles better than the Tradeovate mobile app. No shade to Tradeovate. And then something that, people are looking forward to, the lockout feature is coming imminently. A few, little changes here and there to the timeline. But I think we should be seeing it very soon. There are people testing it, including myself, and it's working great. Feedback has been phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to seeing that get rolled out by NinjaTrader.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for mentioning the NinjaTrader mobile. I use it every single day, and I have for a while. It is really, really the best. And I've tried them all. I've tried other brokerage firms' mobiles, and it's just light and day. It's easy to get busy on it. It's not awkward, right? I mean, the dome works really nice on it. The charts works really nice on it. You could toggle around between screens really good, and it's a fantastic device for sure.
Agreed, and I think there's just a lot of people that are still using the Tradeovate app that need to, move over.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, well, so that's where we're at on the prop side. Appreciate you guys giving us that intel today, talking about it. Let's talk about some. Kane is vaping over there, man.
Sorry.
No,
Sucking it in, Kane.
That's okay. I've never vaped, to be honest with you. I
Don't start, Jim. It's bad for you.
my martinis every night are not bad. By the way, I got my blood test back from my annual physical, and they said my liver and kidney functions were normal, and the way I read that was it's okay to keep having your martinis. That's
100%.
The way I read that.
If they did, they should have asked you, like, hey, what's the secret? And you just let it on them, like, oh, don't tell everyone, but it's having a martini every night.
That's right. Oh man. Any event. All right. Well, let's go. Let's go back and talk about some of these markets here. How are you guys feeling about the open today, given that we got Nvidia, maybe as Craig called it, the Super Bowl of earnings coming out later on at 4:20 this afternoon. Are we anticipatory or are we wait and see?
I'm very hands off. I mean, I wanted to try, like, I look back at all the Nvidia earnings days. We either do a lot or we do nothing. And the doing a lot is typically selling lows and buying highs. And that's not me. And if I'm going to naturally want to try and play reversal spots on these days, and history tells me that's a bad idea. So I'm very risk off. Something would have to be super clean for me to regret taking it if I didn't. And yeah, that's it for me. Because like you say, like, I think that, when we look at the higher time frames right now, and I look, sorry, I'm just going on my chart. we have been going sideways. Okay, we're at the bottom of a range, like in terms of like we're in the lower half of a range, but that doesn't really tell me anything. We can just rocket out of here and we're still in the range, or we could fall out. I'm just kind of waiting for Nvidia to just do something, and if it does nothing, then we wait around and tomorrow's a new day and we'll be there. But I'm not itching to get involved in the market. But if I am, I kind of echo Farm's comment around. I'm only a seller up here. I'm not a buyer. So we shall see.
Got it. Same question, Leo. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the volume profile here, think Farm kind of touched on this as we've been just chopping around this range. We've had two breakouts, attempted breakouts that have failed. I talked yesterday about my bias being taking out these prior highs. We've done that. So are we gonna return back to value down here, or is this going to be a true breakout? So now that we have kind of a gap up, well, not kind of, but now that we have a gap up, potential, there's still 20 minutes left before pre-market or before RTH. We could look for just basically the open drive to be our guide today. Anytime there's a gap up and you have an open drive that's very strong in one direction, the general rule for me is to go with it.
Very awesome. Appreciate that, gentlemen. Before I dip into the chat, though, we got a couple of special announcements that I want to talk about. We've been talking about this all week. Number one, NinjaTrader Live is going to launch its own socials. That's coming up super quick, and we're celebrating that. We're celebrating that by giving away 5 NinjaTrader lifetime licenses. And we're going to go ahead and ask you if you're interested in that. There's going to be a link in the chat. Just follow that to try to get one of those 5 licenses. It's a $1,499 value. It is really good because you get a lower commission rate, especially if you're in this for the long haul, which we hope everybody is, and you do a little bit of day trading as well. That's going to really help toward your commission rate. So appreciate anybody who's interested in doing that. We're super pumped up about the socials. They're going to be very educational, and they're going to be entertaining and a lot of fun. So looking forward to that. We'll let everybody know what all the handles are and stuff when that happens. Secondly, we have another thing going on too. Monday, starting March 2nd, is the March Market Madness Arena Challenge. $20,000 of pool money to 100 winners, $2,000 for whoever finishes number 1. Real-time sim account. It's a lot of fun. I've done it before. I'm going to do it again this time. You kind of see where you're at on the leaderboard and get to use the platform. It's super cool. So if you want to do that, that's Monday the 2nd. There's another link in the chat, or you could just go to ninjatrader.com and you'll find out how to register for that. So that's it, man. Next week is going to be epic. And by the way, Anthony's going to be back Monday, and Anthony's going to actually for the NinjaTrader licenses, he's going to reveal the winners of those 5. So that's quick. So get in there as soon as you can. All right, gents. Well, listen, I wish you the best of luck to any trades that you may or may not make today, and I'm going to be dipping in the chat.
See you, Jim.
See you, Jim.
Well, a long time to see.
I know it's been 12 hours? A bit longer.
Yeah, I don't know, 14. But who's counting?
You, apparently.
You're right.
How was your evening? What did you get up to? Anything fun?
Had a couple of phone calls. Actually talked to our man Anthony Crudele for a little bit, and that's pretty much it. I did not watch the widely broadcasted television show last night.
What was that?
State of the Union by the good old president.
Oh, that thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, nothing important then. Oh, what did he say? I saw something. He gave a hockey player a medal, right?
I don't even know. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I saw something like he gave a hockey player a medal. Yeah. Fair enough.
What about you? Hang out with your puppies?
I hung out with my puppies. I went to bed. I woke up, hung out with my puppies some more, and that was it really.
Just Kane and his puppies now.
Just me and the pups. Exactly. Yeah, that was kind of it, to be honest. And then I came to the market and saw that part of shit. Was like, fuck it, I'll try some shorts here. Got stop break even a few times and took a loss. So such is life.
Yeah, we're gonna open, unless something changes drastically, we're gonna have a nice little 100-point gap.
Yeah.
A true gap, not a fake one. We're outside yesterday's range. What?
Trump. Someone said it wasn't a hockey player. Trump hockey player medal. I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, he gave Connor, the goaltender for the gold medal winning US men's Olympic hockey team, a presidential medal of freedom. So yeah, he did. That's all I saw. I saw that on TikTok actually. Yeah. I saw that on TikTok.
You are much more of a TikTok connoisseur than I
think
you
the
lead on to be.
I think the big shock, Leo, is that you are a TikTok sewer. You scroll on that app a lot. Deny or confirm?
I do watch the old TikToks.
I think we all do.
That.
Yeah, I mean, it's just easy. It's an easy watch. I get to scroll when I'm bored, when I'm walking. Everything's different, and I actually take zero shame in that. Some of the stuff on there is good. Obviously, most of it is absolute bollocks. But I hate. You know what I actually hate is Darian actually sent me a meme. It's like, oh, you're watching this TikTok about frogs? No. I just put my phone down for 30 seconds whilst I was doing something else. Okay, let me show you more frogs. It's like, that's the one thing about the app that I actually don't like too much, is if you accidentally leave something there. But yeah, TikTok's good.
So the way you do that is if you start getting content that you don't want, you just have to swipe it fast away from it.
And yeah, you have to completely,
yeah, and then you just have to use the like button and the follow button religiously for things that you do want to see.
Yeah, it's a bit scary, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I actively do scroll on TikTok. It's probably where I get most of my news from, which is obviously bollocks because it's all bollocks.
Wait, you don't get news from TikTok, man. That's
not
a place to get news.
I follow the news channels on TikTok,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like my personal TikTok doesn't have anything trading related on it. And then I go to my trading one and I scroll through and read all the nonsense about, this is the one strategy that's going to change your life. And I laugh.
Yeah.
I actually have this bromance with Pole on there, Powell. He's always putting memey, rage baity content out, and I always just comment on it. And it's kind of a thing.
That's funny.
Why do I get the feeling that NinjaTrader is going to become a prop firm? Well, that would be really weird considering they provide the prop firm tech to most of the prop firms. So, yeah, I mean, never say never. They brought Breakout, but I personally would be against the idea of NinjaTrader buying a futures prop firm. Massive conflict of interest. And they're a brokerage, so it kind of goes against what they're trying to achieve. But yeah. How about Justin Willen admitting he's break even in his career? Yeah, you didn't see the latest rage bait video on that one, did you? Apparently it was all a stunt and everyone's praying on his downfall and that he is profitable, but showed no proof. I personally would
accept... I thought he showed a broker statement.
Did he? Oh, I didn't even see it. Honestly, that's how much I care.
I mean, I don't give a shit about any of them.
Where did you know where he showed it? Just
on his YouTube, the YouTube that he put out yesterday. Apparently the whole thing was just a marketing stunt.
I didn't see, I mean, the comments in the YouTube video are brokerage statements or whatever.
They're not there?
Yeah, they're not there. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody said, I didn't actually watch it, but somebody had said that he posted them somewhere.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I saw that. I don't care. Stripe is acquiring PayPal. Is that true? Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna make a video like that, you actually have to be like you actually have to fucking come back with the receipts. Then you can't just be like,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, I not profitable. Took
Gotcha.
$1 million in mentorships. Just a joke. Like, okay, you're gonna have to back that one up now, buddy. You kind of put yourself in that spot. Anyway. Too many clowns in the circus. Play silly games, you win silly prizes, right? Chat. Let's just get the like train rolling today. Yeah. PayPal, it's a hostile merger with PayPal, right? They're just trying to buy up open stock, or it's actually for sale.
That would
That
be
one-
crazy.
that
would
one
actually be
actually-
insane.
Yeah, that one hasn't hit my newsfeed. The thing is like there's a bit of disruption coming to the payment industry right now, right? Like this whole like Gen Z boomer industry. I mean, you've got like WAP that are like trying to dominate online payments for like info. So, I mean, they're one of their biggest investments is Stripe. So, I don't know. Morning. PayPal and Venmo are the same company. I think Venmo owned by PayPal?
Yeah.
There you go. PayPal owns Venmo, yeah. At 600 like, I will give Kane and Leo free mentorships. Let's get 600 likes and people. Come on. I actually just like to stream myself.
Fractal's gonna get.
Yeah, he's going to give us a mentorship. Yep.
That's the one thing I've been waiting for. Thank
Same.
you, Fractal.
I keep asking him if I can buy it, and he says no. It's kind of rude.
Yeah. Please get us to 600 so Fractal can mentor me.
Please. You know what I think there's a gap in the market for is like a cash app in the UK. I know it's like highly frowned upon, but like someone that can jump through all that regulatory hoops that can do it. Because like for me to send someone money, I just have to bank transfer them all the time, or use Revolut, and I don't want to do that, or use Monzo, and I don't want to do that.
You guys don't have any instant cash transfer way? Like
Not
you can't send your
really.
friend money?
No, not really. Like outside of like that's probably the only way. But even then, like you have to pay fees. It's just easier if I could just bank transfer you it
You have to pay fees to pay your friends money?
on PayPal.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends. Like some you can, some you don't. Like for example, some of my friends, I can't send them friends and family payments.
Weird.
Yeah, it's really fucked actually. IBAN. Yeah. It's just all a bit fucked. Anyway, I think like a Cash App or a Zelle or something like this in the UK. Whew, I would love this. All these luxury car brands having so much trouble tells you the upper middle class is dead. Why not use a stable coin? Because off-ramping crypto for the average person is difficult.
It's just confusing.
Yeah, Cash App in the UK is a thing, but you can't. It's so fucked actually. Can't send money.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Cash App in the UK is a thing, right? So you can use the app to invest and buy stocks and crypto and stuff like that, but you actually can't send money via it in the UK.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
The Kraken App Store, Kane. Deli says.
Yeah, but again, it's all crypto, right? And I have to have my friends do it. I don't know. There's just a gap in the market for it. Maybe Kraken needs to just crack on and do it. Anyway.
That's a play on words if I've ever seen one.
Exactly. That was good from me, right? I thought so at least. Anyway, Nvidia earnings tonight. Yep. So the market is going to be a bit of a fuck around and find out. I'm a seller up here, not a buyer. Currently not selling. Currently not buying. I wouldn't mind a pop on ES to like 950s, and that would put us at like what's that? 30, take us 20 points, put us like 100 points higher. From here, it's like 250s. Yeah, about right. What's up, fella? Good old cash in envelope, though. Royal Mail, cross your fingers and hope it gets there. Yeah, don't know about that one. Fuck around and find out. Um, yeah. ASMR trading when Kane is vaping. Mic is popping. Do you mean my camera? Or is my mic
I think you sound
actually?
fine.
Oh, okay.
I think you sound fine.
We've got the open in 5 minutes. Let's get to like 350 likes. Come on. Come on. Sam
If we
was
get to
actually in.
400, if we get to
Yeah.
400, Kane's going to take a trade in the first 5 minutes.
Sure. On evals. Anyway. I want to give a massive shout out to Salma. So for anyone that was here at Trade the Close yesterday, you would have known that I've been having this issue with my camera where I forget to turn it off and then it gets hot and it doesn't work. It basically just loses frames. I said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to turn it off." Then last night I was so hungry because I've been working all day. I went straight downstairs. I got a message on Twitter from Salma. "Hey, just a reminder to turn your camera off." Legend, because I actually forgot, and I went upstairs immediately and turned it off.
I know this because we were on the phone and you
Yeah.
told me.
Yeah, exactly. So shout out Salma. That's the real one.
Too bad I couldn't be the one to remind you. Being
Facts.
on the phone with you.
Nevin, I'd basically just look for trades in the first hour of a 4-hour candle. So my time, that's market time, like EST time, that's 2 a.m., that's 6 a.m., and that's 10 a.m. And then I will obviously turn up to the market at 9:30. So yeah. Everyone forgot Salma. So everyone needs a Salma in their life, you know? She's the real one. Exactly, Ari. Ari's a legend. Hit that like button. We want to just keep smashing, the like button and the subscribe account because the more we do this, the production see this, and Ninja can go back to the big cats and say, "This is growing. Come on, let's push more, 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 more." So, did show everyone show the love it deserves, especially on Wednesdays. 1,000 likes and I released the Claude Cut teaser trailer. Kane turn the camera off. You calling me ugly?
Please turn it off.
Kane, you're blinding me. You're so good looking. My wife has to look at this. Please turn it off. Kane, do we need to go fund me to get you a new camera? No, you're not. I actually have this is not a brag, but I actually have multiple of these cameras. It's just this one is attached to a stand um in a what's it called? The viewfinder, not the viewfinder. What's the thing that you bought for me? Forgot what it's called.
Damn, I'm
Prompt
drawing a
reader,
blank too.
teleprompter. It's inside of a teleprompter, and it's just a pain in the ass to take out. So it lives in there, but we may have a solution on the way. So I don't need to change the camera. So we'll see. And I also just need to turn it off. However, what I'm doing is I'm buying a dummy battery for it, and I'm putting the dummy battery in the wall, and I'm going to put a timer plug on it so that it just turns off every night. Work smarter, not harder. Wow, Fractal is just throwing smoke at the NinjaTrader platform. It's on one today. Decent 1080p webcams are so cheap, it's the easiest upgrade. I'm gonna politely tell you that it's not an upgrade, but thank you. Talk about the market. Okay, David, we have Nvidia earnings after the bell today. The end.
I'm going to politely tell you that's not an upgrade, sir.
Check out the small rig cooling fan for Sony. Does it work on the FX3? Googling it right now. Kane, I'll get Craig in here. Get Craig in here. Honestly. Ding, ding, ding. They're pushing. They're pushing it. Bang. Look at all them stops just wiped out from shorts. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Whoa. Whoa. It's pushing. We're up 50 points from the opening range low.
We are scientifically, statistically unlikely to fill this gap at this point.
Oh, how big? Where is the gap? Oh, yeah, it's all the way down there.
78.
Jeez. 78.
As the drive continues to the upside away from the gap, we're unlikely to fill it. And that's not like oh, well, we open to the upside, and if we keep going up, we're unlikely to go down. It's not really the way it works. It's just the opening range break to the upside on a gap up is just indicative. Like we rarely fill gaps when it happens at the open. So I will be
Interesting.
kind of focused on the long side because of that.
Let me see what Claude says about this.
Would you like actual stats? I can show you like a graph and
No, I was rage baiting
numbers
you.
and things.
I'm sorry. I was rage baiting you, and you don't deserve that. You're too nice to
You
me
were
to
rage
deserve
baiting.
that.
Why would you rage bait your friends? Who needs enemies when you have friends like Kane? I mean, it's truthfully, it's all you need.
Yeah, true. Actually, I don't claim to be a good person.
That's a real gap, right, Leo? Yes, it is real. Here's why.
It's fake.
You see the low of the current sessions range, and I don't know where the open was. Yesterday's high, 25.78. So we are completely outside of yesterday's range. So if you looked at a daily chart for RTH, you have no, bar here.
Well, they're buying it up here, aren't they?
Certainly are.
It's not really going anywhere though. Kane wasn't that ability 2 on 15. Maybe. I don't really look that low, remember. And them 230 longers are getting kind of crushed right now. They're getting through. That's a lot of buying. You thinking about it?
I'm waiting for that 5 minutes to close.
Hmm.
Are you? Are you thinking about it?
I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about it.
Do we get 400 likes?
I don't think we did actually. Oh, yeah, we got 407.
Oh, that means you have to take a trade.
Sumo told me that there's 47 important weekly already done it. No thinking. What did you do? Oh, you shorted 47. Oh, really? Oh, that's weird. Didn't trade yet. Or were you long to it? Did I get any longs? Nah, I'm not really a buyer up here. Fixed gap, does it mean anything? Who knows? I'm not a massive VIX enjoyer, to be honest. Oh. I mean, if they can close below these 20s, I'll sell them on the way back. And I'll try it that way, but selling it here, I'm basically just telling all of these buyers they're wrong, and there's a lot of them.
Hmm. Seems my opening range thing broke.
Oh, it broke. It
Yep.
did the thing.
It's the problem when you're the guinea pig. Hmm.
Oh. It's do or die. I would sell 30s if we can get below it. Nah, would I? I don't know. I'm probably gonna wait. It would be a spot. I mean, this could be the trade. I'm probably not going to take it because I'm expecting the open to hold. Um, so yeah. You requested that Craig join us. Shout out, Craig.
What trade were you looking at?
Right here, actually, at 33. Well,
Getting short or
actually
long?
32. Short on a retest back down to the opening range, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. But the thing is the ES is already trading basically at the area that I would want to trade towards. So if ES starts to respect off of here, because it is already, I can expect this to just grind, which is why I'm not taking it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and there you go, just pops. So, and I would actually just rather wait for the first 15-minute candle, because the likelihood is that this rec goes sideways for a little bit, takes a high, comes back down, gives me some sort of retest maybe. I don't know.
This is
Far
one of
too
my
low.
favorite, like little like short time frame liquidation patterns. So I'm gonna
Slowly
wait.
grind up.
No, it's just like after a big push, we get this like upward channel that develops. It's kind of what we're seeing.
Squeezes to the upside more often than not, right?
I mean, usually you'll get a break to the downside first, and then it's like a very good buy opportunity. But I like to sell these when
They do
it
the
starts to
opposite.
really stall.
Oh, okay.
Right at the top of an area of importance for me. So nobody cares right now. Two eighties or 300s. For short. I mean, yeah, it's getting to the top of that range. I think you can make an argument for looking at the 300s. But we've had a gap opening drive to the upside. We are seeing some resistance here at this V range level. I'm just going to focus on waiting for a good long setup, just to kind of go with where the market's trying to go. We've been in a consolidation for quite a long time, and we're starting to see like a meaningful break to the upside. So until proven otherwise, I kind of want to stay with that move. So for me, it's hard to buy this breakout when when that's not part of your strategy. So I have to sit on hands and just kind of wait for a good setup that gets me into longs. I don't love buying high of day, and selling it higher. I know our friend Stowe can do that pretty well, but it's not something I love to. I haven't built that mental muscle.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, Kane and I are pretty similar in that vein. There's the 280s.
Hmm. I still kind of want ES at like 950s, but ES is kind of showing a bit of weakness. Keeps coming back down to that open. So like right now, ES is actually diverging, right? It's making new lows, like very, very small time frame lows. And NQ is just going higher. So like right here, ES did this. And then it popped, but it's not even breaking back above this high. So they're diverging. Like this for me, if in the next, with a new 15-minute candle, we can get back below here, I would sell this most of the time.
I guess the run up into Nvidia earnings is the play. Not giving our patient souls an opportunity to buy this thing.
Am I waiting for the counter trend to join it? No, I actively like picking tops, which I guess a lot of people don't like, but it just suits my style, to be honest. Um, well, I just got to wait. Time is the thing for me, so when we just hit 300s, ES is still like
We're
the
here.
up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
300s have been tagged.
Yeah, I know, I know, I know. I'm just saying the right now, ES is moving. ES is up 7.5 points from this low, and NQ is up 35. So there's some weakness kicking in on NQ, but the both markets are just slowly trending up. I mean, this squeezed so far to the upside out of that channel.
Yeah.
Holy fuck,
I
the
want a
chart is
long, but I
blue.
want to retest at the 5-minute OR. If I knew where that fucking level was, I'd have it too.
Oh, you want me to tell you?
I mean, I don't
It's
think the thing is like after this type of a move, if we get back down to that 5-minute OR, I wouldn't take it
you wouldn't?
because this it's yeah, I mean there'd be no support down there. I'd prefer not breaking like lower than 240s. Like I really don't want to see us get,
Oh,
back
it's
into this volume here.
well, the opening range, the OR mid is quite literally 200 and a half, yeah, 25, 200. So that would be a break, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
However,
So you got little bit of a push down, if you want to call it that. And there's a couple of hundred lots on the offer. They just got lifted. I mean, there is passive selling occurring, but as we can see, nobody cares.
yeah,
They filled like
getting
300
crushed.
right here, V-Ranch High. They filled another, 150 here. Nobody cares.
Yeah, they're just buying the life out of it. I think it's a wait for 10 day for me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, just maybe by then they'll run out of steam. Nvidia earnings leak or what? I remember a day when we did nothing but go down all day,
And then
and then we'll
Nvidia shot us to the moon.
quite literally to the moon. Yeah, like actually traverse the entire move in like a minute, and and went like double the move, basically with like a 3% candle. So maybe, but I mean, who's to guess? We could just go down all day and then go up, right? No, sorry, we could go up all day and then continue to go up with Nvidia earnings. Like you have to ask yourself, are Nvidia going to be making less money right now than they ever have been? Probably unlikely.
This is the boring part of trading.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's crazy.
Uh, 25 400, really important for buyers. I mean, if we're truly going to break out of this range, this is the tightest range, we've been in. This is the broader part of it. So if we get up to 400, there's likely at least an initial failure, I would suggest. But if we get above that, it's I think clear skies for a meaningful break to the upside. That might have to take Nvidia earnings to get us to pump that hard. And then we also have the magic box is way up in the 25 500s. So I'll be watching those 400s to see, that would be an area of interest for me for resistance initially. So I'm just going to mark that. Just for awareness. We need some retests. We need some mean reversion. Yeah. But hey, it's good discipline. Sit on your hands, wait for your trade.
Yeah.
That's usually what differentiates people that are, profitable versus break even, or even, losers, is just waiting for your proper setup. Somebody could easily be like, well, why aren't you long? That's just not my strategy right here. It's like, I'm not going to buy the break of the opening range. I like to watch it open. Didn't really get any move, any meaningful pullback to get long. So there's just not really a good opportunity for me to get in long.
Nvidia earnings normally get released around 4:20. So unless it's changed this time around. But they normally release 4:20 on the Wednesday of the week that their earnings are due. Divergence is crazy, actually. Yeah, 4:20. Yeah. And the more we hang around here, the more I love a 10 a.m. trade. Close to 1,000 close. Kane, would you consider a 15-minute candle with no wick? What do you mean? Would I consider it?
420 Eastern, Nvidia. Copper shook it off. Now trending upward towards the IB high, the London IB high.
Yeah, 920 in the UK. Yep. It's going to do the exact same thing it did earlier during London. It had a nice sell-off and then immediately brought it back and flew through the high. And they're trying. They trying. Come on. 8 o'clock's 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock's right around the corner. Give us a nice little setup here, please. Please, please, please. Are you looking at ES at all?
Me? What the hell
Yeah.
is that?
Well, it's basically back at its opening range high.
What?
Yeah. They're doing
No
opposites.
way.
Yeah, they are.
I'm pulling it up right now. What's up, Nick? Look at that. That's crazy.
Yeah. NQ's doing crazy things.
And Q's like, we're going higher.
Fuck you all.
Fuck all you.
Yeah.
Interesting. Looks like ES is starting to get.
Yeah, but now if ES gets moving, it kind of invalidates everything for me.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Good morning, Nick. Oh, he's not on yet.
He's not on yet, yeah.
He's in the background, though.
He's in the back room whispering sweet nothings in your ear.
They're getting ready.
You ask and you shall be delivered upon. There you
Oh,
go.
my God.
I'm here.
I'm
Hello,
here.
Nick.
I heard your ES slander, and I just wanted to remind you, you used to have a Twitter handle that was like the biggest ES guy of all time.
Used to.
We
Keyword.
evolve, Nick. We evolve.
Well, thank God Elon bought Twitter so that you could actually make that change.
Mm-hmm.
My God. Shout out Elon.
Shout out Elon.
Boys, how we doing?
Oh, good. Just got run over once this morning. And now
There's
just sitting on my
no
hands.
10 a.m. reversal today, right?
Is the 10
Maybe.
a.m. reversal in the room with us?
Probably not, considering ES is doing nothing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. NQ is just running away, and ES doesn't want to move.
Dude, you in a trade XY?
Yeah, I'm in a runner from right before the open.
Oh, you called the entire move. Nice.
I'm literally in the end. I bought a little pre-market in the 140s, and then I added the last two right like 10 seconds before market open. They were buying this thing up. So I was well, hey, I got some room. We'll put two more, and we'll see how it goes. And it just went. And now I'm hoping that there's no, 10 a.m. reversal.
And it goes.
So where are we going? Back to the 420s?
I mean, I think we're going to the top of this balance range.
So
400s.
460s to 500s?
400s. Yeah, somewhere in that range.
think it's working.
Oh yeah. Go back to the month open, maybe.
Some of my MGS stuff got messed up. I got a guinea pig version.
It's getting a little offery here.
Oh, here comes the 10A reversal in the room.
Is
Or
it in
the
the
attempt.
reverse? I've not looked
The
yet.
attempt.
Getting dragged into this.
Trying to see how much room I want to give the runner. I think we can do some real damage today with it.
I mean, it's a bad day at the office if it comes back there.
It's looking good. The bids can definitely getting weaker than this run up right now.
Fucking hate this ES chart though.
I know. They could turn it here. For me, it's the first time back into an old volume that led to a really sharp move. So I'm keeping an eye on it right now.
I kind of want to short it, but I'm not going to.
Do it, Nick. Man up.
I already did.
I'm going to run a poll on Twitter for naming the NinjaTrader Dom. You guys will have an opportunity to vote on the name of the NinjaTrader Dom. That doesn't mean I am going to use the poll results, but I will allow people to vote on it.
Can I buy the naming rights to the NinjaTrader Dom?
I'm going to give you guys 4 options. You can't wait. What? You want to buy what?
I want to buy the naming rights for it.
What would you name it?
We can sell the naming rights.
The Big Beautiful Dom.
I think it needs to be the Big Beautiful Dom.
No, you guys are crazy.
And in like 6 months, we're going to make it illegal and we're going to take it away from everyone.
That's fine. Then we can. Then anyone who tries to recreate it, we can just tell them we invented it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Done.
No, denied. You guys are all denied. Okay, so we have Mega Dom.
Absolutely
Toretto.
not.
The Dominic Toretto.
The
Max
Dom
Dom.
Toretto.
Did you say the Max Dom?
Yeah.
The Max Plus.
Go on. Let's hear the rest.
Max
Let's hear the rest. Let's hear the rest.
Plus
Let's hear the rest.
Dom Premium Edition.
Ultra Dom.
What are all the streaming
Mega,
acronyms?
Ultra, Max, or Power Dom?
I'm not even voting. I'm sorry.
Oh. Why? Because it's not Big Beautiful Dom?
No, because they're all really bad.
The absolute
Wow, you're an
free
asshole.
Dom?
It's
Thunderdome.
not for the it's not for the lack of honestly. The freedom would be nice, you know, freedom. Yeah, that'd be cool. But I'm happy to pay you for the naming rights. So just name it Kane. Like no Dom, just Kane.
I'm just reading the chat.
Are you thinking about it?
That is making me laugh.
Okay, I'll sell the naming rights to you.
How much?
100K.
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Are you out of your fucking mind
Kane,
asking me to name it Kane?
Kane,
$100,000.
That's probably, but I'm saying that's actually probably reasonable.
I think he is out of
as
his mind.
far
That is way too
as
low. Yeah,
a
you are
marketing
right.
Reach. That seems
All right.
reasonable.
All right, I'll pay you $100,000, but I get to name it exactly what I want.
Okay,
We don't agree, Kane. All right, deal.
Send
I'll
me a
do
wire.
Like legitimately, the CPM on something like that with like Ninja's Reach, that's probably a
easy.
reasonable number, to be honest. Like just to start off there, it's not bad.
I'm gonna use it to pump my affiliate prop firm codes. There we go.
If you bought it, you do whatever you want with it.
Please, can we just melt up for a little bit so I can sell it?
You can. I'll send you my wire info to Kane. Nice doing a deal with you.
We need to.
The
Drop a
beautiful
contract
thing about
first.
this is that there's 1,000 people that have seen this agreement placed online, recorded. You can watch it over and over again, so you can never say I never agreed to that.
Okay, deal. However, you know that's not how things work in the real world. So yeah, but we can.
Verbal's a binding agreement.
Okay, all right. You wait. Just wait. We're actually melting at 10. Like melting, but
I
like
know.
not actually doing. We're only going down, and I would like to sell a pop, please, thank you.
It is a lot weaker now on the buy side. Tape has turned.
What, you guys see a fucking 20-point pullback and you get all panicked about longs?
Yeah, is there news?
I don't know if numbers is not your good spot.
Is there news?
But it's a bit more than 20.
I know, I'm being facetious.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to rage bait you guys. It's working.
How much do I trust the EMAs? I can't because ES.
ES doesn't look
is
great.
Doing something interesting.
Yeah, NQ is just on its having its own party.
I don't think ES understands the vibes
not here with
today.
So yeah, as I said earlier, 1,000 likes and Kane gets the naming rights.
1,000 likes? No, I'm paying $100,000.
No, he said $100,000.
Yeah.
Potato.
Oh,
Same
thing.
thing, honestly.
1,000 likes is basically worth like
it's
$100,000.
Here's what's going to happen. Kane's going to pay me $100,000 for the DOM. I'm going to take that $100,000 and I'm going to make a TPO chart, footprints, volume profiles that are totally customizable, and then I'll put those out there too.
Yeah, but I get the naming rights to those. So
no, you just get the naming rights to the DOM.
No. I get
you have to
all
buy
naming
those
rights
too.
to everything.
Hold on. That's not what we agreed to, Kane.
Oh, then I'm not paying for it.
Yeah, sure.
No, not for 100. If you want naming rights to everything, it's 500.
You're such a fucker. I'm not paying you $500,000 for the naming rights of something. It's not happening.
Kane, I'll give you the naming rights of my course for half that.
That's, again, not worth that.
Wow, that's mean.
I mean, I think the value I provide is good.
It's infinite, Nick. I couldn't put a price on it. I agree.
You're not wrong.
But Leo, I either want full naming rights or first right of refusal on everything thereafter.
It's going to be more than 100.
You're out of your mind.
We've already agreed to 100 for the DOM. How are you going to go, oh, you're going to make more things? Oh, I get naming rights to those too.
Yeah, I get naming rights to everything.
The agreement was DOM.
If there's any marketers in the chat, I would actually like what should it cost?
I think I'm overpaying.
Like
by the way,
I don't think I do own the naming rights. I actually do.
You actually have in writing that you own the naming rights to them.
Yes.
All right. I will pay you $100,000 for the naming rights to it indefinitely.
Done.
Still. I already texted my business partner saying we're doing this, and he was like, okay, sure, what do they need from us? So
Richie's, I mean, that's fair. That's actually fair.
Wait, what? What did he say?
He said, why would there be marketers in the NinjaTrader chat? And I'm like, fair.
I don't like what's happening.
I mean, ES is just.
I don't like
this.
We thought about naming it Puzzle Saw just to really,
Leo's taking the family out to Olive Garden.
I'm getting long here at the bottom of this volume area. It's spicy. I'll accept the loss.
Dumb? No one's dumb. Who called anyone dumb? It should cost nothing. No,
it's going to be the DOM is free, so it's completely and utterly free.
Wait, what? You're no ads?
No,
there's going to be an ad in the name.
Free?
The ad's going to be in the name. I have the naming rights. It's going to be like 180 characters long.
Can we brokerage the naming rights? Like, can XY and I go to Viore and just start pitching this, given how much brand reach we've built on this channel for them? Like, we just start pitching them. Would you guys like to sponsor the DOM?
Well, Kane owns the naming rights for 100,000, so you're gonna have to talk to Kane.
You guys don't. I mean, honestly, you guys don't want.
I will find a new bid. I will bring a competing bid to this market.
Holy fuck! Who needs friends when you have these guys? Honestly,
You guys don't want Kane to buy it. Trust me,
I got
because
fucked out of
every five
$100,000
seconds
for
you're
it.
gonna want to place an order, and it's gonna pop up, and it's gonna say use code Kane at whatever, and you're just not even gonna be able to execute on it.
And I'm out here just raising the price slowly.
Yeah, well, I'm not paying $1 more than 100,000, so at that point, it's already expensive.
Okay, Kane, just because you said that, I'll sell it to you for $99,999.
And
You're gonna
99
hold
A
cents.
$1 discount.
You're gonna hold the 99 cents.
99 cents.
Nice. Okay, fine. Sick. Use code LAB at checkout. I need to buy the naming rights to the DOM.
help me be able to afford this, chat.
I don't really like what I just saw there. That little pop.
Yeah, they sold that. Yeah, I want the higher pop though. I want it like back to like 40s or something. Well, we did pull back 60 points.
If they don't hold it here, I think I will let go of this. Because there's buying that's stepping in. And if they can't hold it, I'm not sure how far this pulls back. And I don't want to sit in it. Did you get short on the 10 a.m.?
No, bro. I need a push really. Like this is just so exhaustive into this high. I don't like that.
Like a lower high scenario?
No, like I would need a natural squeeze. Like this is just like even on the lower time frames, it's just a wick. So for me, like I need to see I need to see like some pain in the chart, you know, like someone getting run over. And then when we come back through, I'll sell that guy's pain.
It sounds a little mean. Is that how you trade the markets?
Me?
Mm.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm like I spoke about this yesterday. Like I really subscribe to like the market maker theory of like people's extreme pain is good places to buy and sell.
I know nothing has already made his money.
Good on him.
Don't forget to
Good
hit the
man.
likes before you leave. Someone said, I'm letting my bot lose all money for me today. Yeah.
Can't blame yourself. You can just blame the bot.
That's
Add it on that break. That looks like a nice little pop to get longer, more long. Don't you play with my emotions?
literally all the way back down.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually, yeah, you'd hate to be in ES today if you were.
I don't like this 15-minute bar. I
You
really
might
don't
just
like
sell
it.
down after. I mean,
XY doesn't like this 15-minute bar, but you know what we would like? For everybody to pull out their phones, log into their browsers, and go follow all of NinjaTrader Live's new social program, new social accounts. And to celebrate the release of these accounts, we are actually giving away 5 lifetime licenses to NinjaTrader. You get the lifetime NinjaTrader plan. I believe this actually gets you lower commissions. Am I correct in that?
yeah, that
I
is
think
correct.
it does. I think it locks in like the best tier of commissions for micros, for minis, all the other fun stuff that we are hanging out here and trading. So go follow them on X, go follow them on Instagram as well as TikTok for people like Leo out there in the space. And while you're at it, make sure you subscribe to this channel because we're going to give away even more fun stuff for our 200,000 subscribers celebration.
I got back in this long. I think this is the spot.
Yeah, I like it a little more now.
VSS. I can go over it later.
Am I short? Nah. I'm not right now. If I win, could I get a refund on my lifetime sub? I actually don't know the answer to that, so props not. Hmm. Hmm.
I will long it again in 220s, 210s, maybe. If it gets there. If not, I think I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, you call the whole move up. Don't need to get greedy.
Yeah, leave some on the table for some of us.
Or don't.
Peons.
Honestly, the market definitely blessed me. I was like, it's like all right, it's now or never. The bid was like flooding in 10 seconds before open. Um, Black Mountain, J Black Mountain. What did I say? Enough for me to. Oh yeah, yeah, J Black. Um, I do a lot better in my trading when I trade less because it feels like okay, I got up, I did my work, and that's okay, and that's done. Instead of just constantly expecting the market to spit opportunities at me. Usually that doesn't. It's not sustainable for me. So you might be the same. Not everyone can be like Salma and trade in like 26 hours a day.
Huh.
The issue is it doesn't feel like work. That's a tough part of trading. Well, you say it's an issue. I say, it's by my design for my process. By design, it shouldn't feel like work because if it does, it's kind of the antithesis of why I got into it and tried so hard to make it. If it feels like work, I feel like I'm a slave to the charts, and that is not what I imagined it would be like when I started trading and then, just got punched in the face every day trying to learn how to trade. Yeah, Jay Black, it's best to try to break away from that because at the same time you'll feel like just because you're sitting at your desk looking at the chart that you are owed something in terms of compensation, and you're not. We're really just here. For me, at least, it's like I sit here just in case. The mentality is just in case the market sets up an opportunity, but I'm not paid for my time here. So, just somehow get yourself in a relaxed environment, put some music on, stuff. I always have music, stuff that just kind of makes me feel like, I'm just here. The market doesn't have to do anything, but neither do I. And if there's something that provides an edge, we'll try to take advantage of it. And if not, it is what it is. There are so many trading days. Every hour is different. Best to just settle into that mentality as best you can.
This feels flushy.
Fucking say that, Kane.
It does though.
J Black, I think it is really hard to do, but I think it opens everything up for you after you do so. That's why generally I'm pretty price agnostic in the way of a lot of people might have like a daily bias and stuff like that. And I know it sounds very counterintuitive to not have biases. It's not that I don't have them. It's that I try my best to just listen. Just look and listen. If you want to go long, make sure the market, whatever inputs you have, it could be order flow, it could be candlesticks, it could be indicators. Make sure the inputs are telling you that it's sustainable, right? Each direction is sustainable one way or another. Just listen to the market. Don't try not to be in a mode of like, well, this is my bias and I'm looking for entries on it and that's it. Like it's got to be this way. Just see if the market is actually convincing enough for you to put on some risk. Overtrading wouldn't be such a huge problem if the market wasn't just like spitting out opportunities. And everyone's got like an overtrading problem at some point. And I'm not sure it ever really goes away. You just do better at managing it. But I mean, there's a reason. There shouldn't be a scarcity mindset attached to trading, right? A lot of people have that. So there's like the fear component. You're afraid to hit trades that are good because maybe it looks dicey, it looks that, but if it provides edge, it provides edge, right? We're essentially coin flipping, and hoping that one side will pay more than the other side will take. But that's ultimately what it is. And if you trade from a scarcity mindset, you think that the market is, setting up this opportunity. It's not that great, but it might be the only one for the next 2 hours, for the next day, but it's not true.
It's true. And they're in a
Yeah, I
battle
mean,
down
the
here,
chop
aren't
up
they?
here is good for a long side, guys, because it means the market's still accepting an upper range versus testing a lower range. So
Yeah.
for anyone that wants longs, this chop up here is not necessarily a bad thing.
It's hard for them though, isn't it?
Stalled here.
Did you say I sold?
What did you say, Nick?
I said we're kind of stalling here.
I was stalling. But you said I just sold here. It's tough, that's for sure.
No way. ES is like, is it
Doing
like one
nothing.
point from the lows or what?
I think so.
ES ruined everything. I
Just
hate them.
I hate those guys over there.
What's the best way to scale one prop with most? Oh, that's a Kane can answer that for you.
What's the question? Sorry, I'm just doing something on the other screen.
There's a question that says, what's best way to scale one prop with multiple accounts of 150K and scale, or 50x or more 25 to 50K accounts with multiple props? Okay, so essentially 5 150Ks with one prop, or a million 25 and 50Ks with like 100 props.
I don't think it's relative to I don't think the size is relevant really, because the truth of the matter is if you're going to fail a 50K, you're probably going to fail 150K. Like the extra drawdown is probably going to incentivize extra risk, not more more buffer. So I think the reality is started slow. Like there's nothing stops you having one 50K account and proving that you can do it repeatably over and over. And if you can't do it, then you're only going to blow 150 or 5 or 50Ks, you know. So you you need I would say you need to be able to prove you can do it with one, because you can't do it with one, you can't do it with 100. It doesn't matter about the size or anything like that. If you're taking consistent payouts with accounts, pay yourself, set aside some for paying yourself, and set aside some for reinvestment back in. Um, that's my suggestion. Yeah, they are squeezing this up. Nice, thank God, I can finally look to sell it. Did you stay in your long, Leo?
Yeah, I trimmed half of it, but I'm selling.
This is what I get for not trusting the 9 EMA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cal's right. Like size on a larger account, like small size, probably makes more sense most of the time. Gives you way more opportunity to be wrong, and I can tell you, you are going to be wrong. So,
Hey, you gotta accept the fact that losing trades are part of the game,
yeah,
and you're just gonna be wrong.
Yeah, I've actually never
been wrong.
I've never traded multiple props at once. Most I've ever traded is whatever max allocation one prop gives, but I've never actually traded across. So I think I don't want to say it's unnecessary, but it's not as necessary as Twitter would make you think. I am somebody who got my trading bankroll from prop, and I did it never copying across multiple props. So I think that says something. You don't have to be out here, that guy or the girl posting, look, I average like $50,000 days, but it's like 50 accounts or 100. It doesn't have to be that way. Here's an example. There was a time where it was last year during like super volatility. I had 5 accounts, 150Ks, and I was legging in 3 micros at a time on each. I don't think I ever went past 15 micros and pulled out close to 80K in a week and a half. 5 accounts. So you don't have to do like 50 account trading. I like the bigger size accounts because, like they said, you get room.
Mm.
You could be the best trader ever. Variance is real. No one's going to guess the market, to a high degree of winning frequency. If someone does that, they're probably trying to sell you something. Go ask them. Go ask them for a link. Because good trades, they can fail because we're trying to manage risk, right? You could be right in an idea, still take a loss because you need to cap the risk as it's moving against it. I would say if you don't have 5 on one prop yet, do that first. I see some people trying short.
I actually
luck.
would try this here, yeah. I just need to see something here.
Simon, welcome to the channel. Make sure you hit subscribe. Only if you like and subscribe, I'll tell you what it is. You did? All right. I believe you. So this is RTH New York session only volume profile here. The bottom is what's called a tape reader. It's free. Orderflowlabs.com. What else? Leg to leg delta profile. So it's like a volume profile, but only tracks delta. I have it 50-point rotations. So every time it goes one way, 50 points or more, it will be a new profile. I think that's about it. High time frame. These are just daily session volume profiles and a 5-day rolling profile. Oh, you can only chat when you subscribe?
That is true.
No.
So yeah, if for any of you lurkers out there, make sure you subscribe to the channel
I
so
did not
that you
know.
can throw some love or hate or trolling to all of us in the chat.
We love our trolls just as much as we love our fans, if we have any.
They make it fun.
We do, but we're only at 550 likes. I thought we were going to drive to 1,000.
Lukovsky, how long have I been trading? Guess. Take a little guess.
About an hour and a half.
Yeah, we do definitely shill likes on the stream.
Yep.
It's almost like as if we get paid in likes, but we don't.
There have been a few streams actually where I lost like $4,000 for like 300 likes or 200 likes. It's pretty messed up, but in some ways I do pay for them.
You didn't hit your KPI.
I actually had a stream where I lost 6, and I'm not sure we even got to 300 likes. It was a noon stream.
Damn.
All that work buyers did to not even make a new high makes me.
That's a
very
lower
annoyed.
high. You blame ES.
Yeah, yes, is really just.
It's ruining everything.
It's ruining everything. Unless you're short, and then it's not ruining anything.
Useless. Yeah, you remember that stream? It was fucked up, huh? Okay, so we got 6 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have been trading for this April or May, I forget, will be 5 years.
Damn, you're old, bro.
Damn, Throne Shop says 3 years, 12 months.
Yeah, 40s held. I mean, I said like I would want to sell 40s. They held. They gave us a 15-minute swing or like a 15-minute high, and then traded. But like, there's nothing in here for me. I could have potentially sold this, and I'm looking at it now. But like, the reality is, I probably wouldn't have, and I didn't. So, yeah. Kane, have you been trading 10 years? I've been trading about, what's the time? 10:30, about an hour right now. Yeah.
I mean, if you count options trading, then yeah, we'll say starting 2019, like late 2019 going to COVID.
It
But
counts,
I
bro.
don't know if I would call that trading.
Oh,
What I was doing.
You're
Yeah,
gambling up.
That's
I
fair.
was literally, it all started because one of my buddies, one day he's like, hey, go onto your Robinhood. I'm like, okay. Hey, buy this. It's called SPY call. I'm like, okay. He's like, buy this strike. I'm like, what's a strike? I was like, yeah, whatever. And that's how it all started.
What's a strike? Can't imagine how that went.
Dude, we made money, and that's why I continued to do it.
Yeah.
And
Until you
then
didn't.
COVID
Or
was
you-
like the run up of calls. Just buy
Right.
calls. That was the joke. It was like, why ever buy a put ever again? Just buy a call, anything. And then you discover, I think at the time was it Cheddar Flow?
Yeah. Cheddar Flow,
Cheddar Flow was
black
like the
box
OG.
stocks.
Yeah, one of those. And then we're just like following big options.
That's how I got it. I mean,
flow.
that's really how I got started.
Yeah, we're following huge options flow, and we're just making money because we're scalping it. And we're like, wow, this is like, it's so easy. And eventually you discover futures. We were even like legging into swings for like earnings and stuff. Obviously some like that's 50-50. We were only net positive because the ones that worked paid so much, but afterwards you're like, okay, well, I'm getting a little tired of these Greeks. Let's see what futures is like. And then broker deposits, blow that up, deposit more, blow that up, blow it up again, and then discover props. Is that friend not making money from trading? He's trying. He's gotten his first few payouts this year. He didn't go straight into futures trading with me. So eventually, yeah, he did. But he's doing his best.
He's trying. A for effort.
They are all lucid traders. And he has traded with many over the past like 2.5 years. But he's only gotten payouts with Lucid.
Damn.
He is actually a good example. I want to make this example. So he started off as like, I want to do what you're doing. I want to do exactly what you're doing because clearly it works. I'm seeing the proof. Blah blah blah. And it took me like a whole year, maybe a year and a half to just of convincing him like, dude, not everything is for everyone. Just because it works doesn't mean it works for everyone. I think you should get rid of the DOM. I really do. And as soon as he got rid of it, started using a 15-second chart instead of a DOM, still using order flow and stuff, volume profile, his trading improved like massively in the blink of an eye because it was a lot less noisy. He just couldn't really deal with the noise that was there on the DOM. So, take it for what it is. Not everything is for everyone. A lot of ways to do this thing.
Agreed.
Yeah, so 15 seconds is because there was a year where I was traveling and I had a laptop. I didn't have my full setup, no DOM and stuff. So I was like, well, what's as close as I can get to like getting the feels and the vibes of the DOM? And I was like, let's just try a 15-second chart. And for execution, yeah, it worked well. I liked it. So I was like, look, you should try this because I like it. I do like the 15-second chart. So for anyone out there that's curious, give it a shot.
What about the 1 second?
It's very fast.
No, there's no way. It's not that fast. It's quite slow.
The 1 second chart must look insane. I'm actually kind of curious.
You can look at my chart right now if you want.
Nothing beats when Leo told me to do God mode on NQ, and my ADD got
That was
overloaded.
the 250 volume, 300 volume chart.
You're like, just do it, try it. I'm like, no, I can't do this. It was like 100 tick chart, and like trying to execute only based on
you
that.
gotta take an Adderall first before you
I need
pop
like
on the
3
200.
Adderalls.
So, what was it? Tell me. I'll put it on. I want to see this.
A 250 volume chart on NQ with the OFL like delta map printing and all the other stuff.
Oh yeah.
God mode. Like you literally should just be scalping. Like it'd be fun to do in like high volatility with micros in sim and just to see how many points you could capture, but it's kind of ridiculous.
This is ugly.
I actually used it for a long while. I didn't look at the actual 200 volume chart. I had it overlaid, so it wasn't like insane.
Wait, Dio, you used 150 volume? I didn't know you were like
that's how he's always in a trade. Ask him what trade he's in right now.
Yeah, Dio, what are you short?
He's taking like 12 trades already.
He's either short or he's long from like probably the 160s.
33 tick chart on NQ. That's insane.
Gene, that's incredible, like patience and discipline to not like just start YOLOing a prop account without blowing it in a year. even if you haven't gotten a payout. Like that's still impressive
I
to
would
have it survive
say,
that long.
I would say you probably are the only one in existence.
Yes.
If you are not lying to us, you are the only one in existence.
Guys got to have very strict rules and low daily loss limit, and probably risking just on a couple points and one micro. But hey, that's longevity. At least you're continuing to learn and see things without having to reset accounts.
Nick, are you trading any prop this year at all?
I'm gonna bring it back in. I'm trying to figure out what and how I want to do it. But yeah, I would like to. I think it's just there's times I'm like done and I still want to take trades because of the show or whatever, and it's like I need to loop some prop back in too.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I just feel pressured to just constantly trade my personal, which I have been doing less of. I've been doing projects and doing a few other things on the side, and been occupying a lot of my mental capital too.
I think Claude's occupying your brain.
Yeah. And as I said, 1,000 likes and I'll release the Claude cut of the trailer, which was not great, but still made us laugh.
Yeah. Nick, you got a suggestion?
What do I
Someone
have?
said you should check out funding ticks.
Oof. Too soon?
Never. 1 week is 1 year in this space. Kane, you're doing an audit with KPMG.
What was this? My for my last year's P&L. Yeah. It's fucking long though, by the way. It's also really expensive. I said that I
Yeah.
was gonna get like a top 3, so I inquired at most of them, but it's actually really expensive. So
Did you just
You're
go to
having
like
a
all
big
the top
four
four?
audit your P&L?
yeah, because I
Yeah,
made a
that
point
would
about
be
it last
expensive.
year.
They
Yeah.
have to justify their existence.
Yeah. So I mean I have the quote for it. I haven't started it yet. So that's the truth.
Did you just approach like all the big four and then just settle with KPMG?
No, I actually just said one of the top 3. I mean the top 4 is a new thing for me. So
Um,
but they are the cheapest though. That is what I will say.
how
But
long
still
did
not
it
still not
did it
cheap.
take me to become profitable? A lot sooner than you'd think, but it's because I was trading prop. So I don't know if that even counts as profitable. Dollar for dollar?
It's because I taught you everything. Let's
Leo
be
taught
true.
me everything. He taught me how to open a chart. Dollar for dollar? I don't even know. That's if I was doing dollar for dollar, I probably would have quit trading. Like if props didn't exist, I would have probably quit trading at some point. Because they existed, it's easier to be profitable because the ROI factor and the downside risk is capped to what you paid. I would say in 6 to 7 months, I was going net profitable, but it's only because of prop payouts versus spend. So I don't really have a good answer for dollar for dollar, which should be the baseline. Not everyone likes to follow that because everyone's just flexing big prop payouts and you don't know how much they spent or any of that stuff. But
I
my
can tell you how
experience is
much I spent on my Apex run up. Everyone like keeps like I get subtweet about it all the time.
well, weren't you like
Uh,
a one batch?
Like I'm gonna yeah, I mean it upsets the people that want to try and hate on me, but the reality is I had 10 50K accounts, PAs. It's like I bought them probably like 4 months prior to buying the 20. And so I had 10 of those PAs. I blew them practically the second day. I took one winning trade, thought I had drawdown that I didn't have, and blew it. And then the next time around, I took 20 and made the payout amount. A
So
little over,
the blowing the
obviously.
10 was a blessing,
Well, yeah, I mean,
setting you up.
yes, yeah, I mean, it ultimately, but the reality is, I just didn't know the rules. I just didn't know that it was trading drawdown. I thought it was like everything else. And then,
Yep.
the same for my. I think I had maybe like 50 actual purchases. Obviously, just reset the, well, not reset, but bought 50 actual challenges. Again, of that 50, 20 of the accounts were there. So that's cool to spend 5K because I also bought the accounts when the activation fee was like $40 instead of the 80 that it normally is. So, yeah, I bought at a very low point in time in terms of price, and yeah, I mean, I'm just the anomaly, right? So
It was harder. It was harder too because less options. Getting to pay out these
Yeah.
days is infinitely easier than like in 2021, 2022. Back then, can you imagine? You'd have to have a near perfect month to see one payout
but
because
also
they
my
had payout
consistency rule.
windows.
Yeah.
If you can put in your 10 days of trading, and that's trading days. But if you miss the window, get ready for the next window, which is a month later or
Yeah.
something like that. And
Well, think, right? With Apex now, it's like you can request when you hit your 10 days. But like for me, the 10 days were every 15th or 30. Like they had
Hmm.
actual payout windows. So if you didn't hit the 10 days required of trading and the consistency in that window, then you couldn't request and you had to wait a whole another 15 days. So like
Mhm.
it took a lot of planning to do it, right? Like I had to get the 10 days in the time and do it. And I think there was one period where I didn't hit the 10-day window. Um, and that was it. And that otherwise, up to the 70 days, 74 days, I would have hit the number, but I was one payout behind the uncapped and they just paid me anyway. So
Yeah, you still had it on hard mode when you were doing it. Yeah, my
Yeah.
first prompt payout was with a company, I don't even know if they're still alive, called U Profit. And it was awesome. It was I think it was like 100% up to 8K. So I just did a whole 8K payout. And that was like Apex. It was like them or Apex or like Lilu.
Lilu,
Like honestly,
yeah.
guys, you guys have it so good these days with props.
Apex, Lilu, and Top Step. That was that was like
Yeah, and I
the
was like, well,
originals.
Lilu and Apex are really tough. I'm gonna go this way. Um, it was a good feeling. I was like, wow, I made it to pay out. But times changed. Now there are way more and way better props with way better plans, conditions, payout parameters. Yeah, we were getting it out the mud back in 2021, 2022.
Hmm.
But I do think unless your name is Kane, and I could be
Uh,
wrong, I think
Yeah.
if you're making big money in prop land, you are spending big money. That was
oh,
my experience.
100%.
Yeah, that was my experience. And I don't think many want to admit that to people on the internet. But if I'm making really big money on props, I'm also spending money because time is money. And I don't want to sit around the evals. And variance happens.
Yep.
And
That was one of the many reasons why I stopped. I mean, I got on a very good run with my live account for a long time with one of the firms and was just basically paying myself out of that, like not letting the balance, like anything over like 30 grand. I was just pulling out like daily because I had had so many winning days. And eventually I kind of just realized like I'm just burning cash on some of these others and, getting payouts. And I'm still obviously green on all of them, but it's just like you were saying, XY, it just drains your mental capital after a while, like going through that cycle. So towards the middle
Oh,
of last year, I just kind of was like, I'm done for a bit. Burned me out.
like I'm actually like happy to admit like I'm in the red on TPT. Like I just can't crack them. Like because that trailing drawdown this time around, it's just I just don't think about it and that it catches me pretty much every time.
I, I'm just not good at it. I mean, I have one max 20 account 50K payouts or 40K, excuse me, from Apex, but on 60 PAs back when I had started, I haven't really been back since. I don't think I could do that again. I'm just
Yeah.
not good at the trailing.
Yeah, Frank, there is actually, yeah. Apex, I mean, it's not official yet. I haven't got it, but I signed all the agreements and everything's in place. So, um, I'm not allowed to trade sim with Apex. But they are giving me a live account again
is there an ETA on when you get it?
this month. Like it's gonna happen. Like we literally signed the agreement last week, and everything's getting set up for this week. And yeah, I mean, they're giving me a decent live account, right? Like they're giving me 130k. So, and I kind of asked for that on the basis that the 130k is the amount of drawdown I had when I had the accounts. So I don't know. We'll see.
Reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for me.
I mean, I would take 10% of that and just say, okay, guys, let me see what I can do.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Hey, Kane, you know the whole drama about the whole like dashboard and you can see what you've spent with TPT right now.
oh yeah.
Is it really accurate? Is it one
I,
to
d-
one accurate?
I actually don't know. Let me check what mine
Because I
is.
just checked my dash because we're talking about Pro. I was like, what did I spend over there?
I think I've spent good money here. I must be
I
like,
dropped some coin over there, guys. You guys want to know? If the dash is accurate, one to one,
oh, this can't be
I
right.
just found out how much I spent.
Mine says 0, so it can't be right.
It refreshes after a little bit.
Okay,
By,
so
like, clicking around.
the point is how much you've spent, right?
I'm guessing that's what it is because it says one for $1. You guys want to know
Oh,
my number? I don't know if there's
go on,
enough likes.
go on, tell me.
You guys think props will be around for? I would say yes. I don't think they're going anywhere. I think the industry is going to continue to adjust and innovate and change, adapt to maybe new things that come out,
Oh,
regulations, whatever in time. But I think it's here to stay. I think the model works. I think it actually does develop people and traders. It does lead, I think, to more people eventually moving on to exchange and trading live capital and all of that through regulated brokerages. So I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it just continues to adapt.
Well, you can
XY.
withdraw points. What do you mean withdraw points?
Yeah, what can you use the points for?
Yeah, what do you do with if you
Redeem.
withdraw points? Turn into cash?
Oh, I can buy a 150k test account. Yeah,
And it
no,
takes it from points?
yeah, you just redeem it from points. I didn't know this was a thing.
But does it
Reveal.
actually take your thing down, like the reward section or whatever?
I don't know. Let me redeem one and find out. Oh yeah, it does. It takes your balance down.
Oh, so
Okay.
it's not even like fully accurate if you're using points. Because it could be
Um,
higher than the amount.
does it track though? Like does
Right.
the oh, so there's no
What's
thing
the
there.
number, XY? What's your number?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
what's-
also get points for withdrawing and passing?
Oh, okay. So it can't.
I
Okay, so it's
forget
not
it.
that right
It's
then.
bogus. I don't know why people want to see the dash so much then, because it's not even
What is
like
your points? Let's play higher or lower.
Here, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because on the Pro Plus, on the Pro accounts, if you do like, the funded resets, you can do 3 of them. And
Per
when
account, right?
when you do all 3 of them, they're exhausted. They don't show as available to reset. So if you had a whole page of Pro accounts, damn, I'm gonna get stopped on this long again.
Yeah, but that would mean you have to like
So if you have a whole page of Pro accounts that you reset 3 times, then it would not show that you could reset them. And that's what people are asking for.
I've never ever reset. Like I've never.
No,
done a
I
back to
I
funded
realize
ever.
that, but that's where the rub is.
Yeah, because it's 3 of them is 7.5k, right? Or something. No, it's not. It's like 4.5.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
it's
then
a lot
if you
of
have a
fucking
whole
money.
page of them, it's a lot of money.
but does that accrue into the points thingy?
No, I'm not talking about the points.
Okay. So you're talking about like revealing that and then people have to do their own math across how many accounts, 3 times each to get the number. TBT
Shit.
dashboard super buggy. I've had button. Well,
Okay, my points is 20 after the redemption, it's 27,000. So and I redeemed 11,000 points. So it was 38,000 before.
oh, so you can redeem it lower.
Yeah.
That's not even accurate then. Forget it. It's not even worth talking about. Look at this ES low though. I don't think it
Gentlemen.
survives.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning, good morning.
Oh.
How we doing, boys?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Doing good. I'm trying to figure out what
Where you want to get long?
yeah, ES and NQ are doing 2 very different things right now.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing anything yet. Yeah. I don't know.
Makes sense. Did you get long this morning?
I did. I took one. I took one ridiculous momentum long. Did I lose my crosshairs? Oh, that's why. Come on, baby. Yes. I took one very just yeet this into the sun long right here.
Of course you did.
Sold it quickly. This is my buy when the buyers are buying. I just was looking for this push into 300. I got out of it and it kept going for a million years after that. And yeah, now I'm just waiting. This is normally this is what I've worked on really hard, is to not be chasing this shit. And I'm very happy that I didn't chase any of these things. And it was probably ES that kept me out of it. Because ES is sitting in its, I'll bring this baby over.
It's actually ruining everything. Yes.
Yes. So it's sitting, I do have this one long here because ES is still bouncing off of its RTH open, but it's in its lower band. NQ is way above the 5-minute opening range. So I don't know.
Look, wait, ES is low doesn't like do something to your TISM?
I don't know,
Which
maybe,
low?
Yeah, which one? Hold on. Let me find it.
Yeah, which low?
No, this is fine. This is fine. It does this all the time.
I like this current low.
It does.
Yeah, this low is good. Look at that exhaustion down there. That's a good low on the footprint, XY. I'm happy with that low. Now, if it was here, I would be unhappy with that low. But I'm happy with that one. Oh, look at me pumping on that little one lot. All right. Okay. So I guess that was a good exploratory long. How do I get that to show up on both?
Explode. Yeah, but that number goes up and down. Well, the issue is that it can go down, which kind of invalidates everything.
Yeah, I hear Ian's talking about the your total spend.
Yeah, it's not even worth mentioning anymore if it's a number that you can, like, it can go down. So then it's just,
If I were to go back to like 2022 included, like, I don't want to know. I'm sure it's not good.
Nope. Sure don't. I could
probably check my statements and do the math, and I don't want to do that.
Nope. There's only so much personal pain I'm willing to put myself through, and that is not something I want to look back on. I don't want to know.
Wait.
I mean,
Sorry. The number goes down, but the chart doesn't go down. My chart is still 37,468. So it's right. The chart doesn't go down.
oh, okay, so that number is accurate.
Yeah, the number at the top of the screen where it says you have X amount of points redeemed
So
now,
the number you sent me is
is
right?
down. The number I sent you is
Correct.
basically the tier 2 number. Yeah, it basically just shows
Okay,
on tier
okay.
2.
All right, guys. How many likes we got now? We need to get some likes. Use this leverage here.
are we this desperate for likes
Look,
on a Wednesday?
Wit says how Ninja T Live doesn't have 10K viewers every day is a crime against humanity. Such a good group. What are we at on the likes? Does anyone see it?
We're at 620, and we're giving away lifetime plans to celebrate the new socials for NinjaTrader Live.
Whoa.
So tell your friends. Make sure they're subscribed as well. Make sure you're following all of those, and hit the thumbs up button while you're at it. Because as I said, if we get to 1,000, I'll release the Claude cut. If we get to 800, I will release another teaser for a project that I'm working on.
650, and I'll tell you guys what that number is.
So it's up to you guys. What releases you would like?
I'm going to reverse Furu myself. It's the only thing to do these days, you know? Everyone's doing the same thing.
I think I started to ramble on that. I did doing these podcast episodes by myself is pretty weird. It's not as fun as hanging with you guys, by the way. Number one.
It could never be.
Number two, there's really
if only we all agreed to do this thing called painting the tape at one point in time, you know?
It might have happened.
What happened?
Somewhere out there.
Saying.
I think we're going to give them the best of both worlds in time.
in time.
Oh, we could do an over/under poll. Well, anyways, no.
There's nobody to
650
rein
likes.
me in is the point. So
XY, don't feel pressured to say the number, by the way.
No,
if you
I'll
don't
tell
want
him.
to
I
say
just
the
want some
number, don't
likes.
say it.
Don't
I
say
want to
the
hear
number.
it. No, I want to hear it.
I'll say it. I don't mind. I don't care. I don't mind saying it. I just want the likes first.
Yeah, but also you don't owe anyone anything. That's the whole point on social
Yes.
media.
Yeah,
Right now, is they feel the
He
you know,
owes me. He owes me though.
people own it.
He
Yeah, but he
might
can
owe.
tell you in public, in private. He doesn't need to tell 1,000 people on stream his spend with TPC.
Kane,
when
stop
all he's
talking him
doing-
out of it. What are you doing?
He already
Kane's a
told
good
me.
friend,
He already
man.
he
You
already
know,
told me
Kane-
the number.
Kane-
I'm just
Kane is
saying.
trying
He
to be a
told
good
you the
friend.
number. He didn't tell me the number.
Well, because Kane DM'd me his number, so I was like, "That's your number? Check this out." I was like,
Fair enough.
"Have you even started?"
It's not
pretty
over
funny.
75k. There you go. I'll defend you, XY.
It's
Just
650 likes. I will tell you guys. Honestly,
Oh,
yeah.
let's do an over under. Is it over 40K?
Should I give that out before we hit
we
the
should
likes?
no, we should be taking money on this. XY, we got to buy naming rights for the Dom. I say we.
We got
because we're in
some
this
things
together
to
now.
invest in. There's something real at stake here. All right, it's over. It's over.
Okay.
I'll give you guys that. But you guys gotta hit the like. 650, I'll tell you.
650. It's quite close.
This is the funny thing. This is what we'll do. All right. I'm reverse furuing myself. At 650, I had a lot of questions in the chat about my long and why I decided to long that. I will break that down and then tell you why I'm not that good at trading right after. So 650, and we'll do that.
I don't want XY to say. I feel like it's giving in to the social media pressure. I don't want to.
Honestly,
I don't
though,
want you to do
it's
this.
Literally,
not that-
nobody
it's not
pressured me.
bad.
I brought it
Yeah.
up, so it's fine.
I know.
I think XY
yourself.
XY thought my spend was probably going to
Honestly,
be
don't
higher.
mind. Yeah, honestly, don't mind. Like, I really don't.
All right.
It is what it is, you know? Just the reality. Are we over 6? Oh, we're that far?
Let me get out of this thing.
Okay, okay.
It's a fine scalp.
Long. Here, let me break this down for you
It's a
guys.
little less
Am I
all the
even
time.
on share? Oops. All right. The long. Same range, 5-day. Look where we are. It's balanced. I'm going to try to make this quick. Downsides, they go, they don't go. Upside, they don't go. The difference is now moving back through the range, we do have different builds. So if you look at all the other profiles, they're pretty much like one balancy build. This time they're running up, they're running through, they're building again, and they're opening higher for pre-market, and it's holding this zone now. So this is where I'm starting to, okay, if they're going to hold this, I do think they make a run at least to this zone, and if they show bid interest in here, we're going to move up to this red zone, which is very simple. Most recent volume that led to the move down. So I'm getting long in the pullback into the 40s because I think, well, we're constantly building. We built overnight and we're just inching up here, and it's a pretty good pullback. We do have pre-market. You do see this little box here. It's selling that did not really move the market. So I'm legging in some longs, and before the open, I throw 2 more on because if anyone replays the DOM, you're going to see a lot of buying start to flood in 10 seconds prior. So because I had room, because my average is below that price, I had room to risk, put 2 more. Market opens, and the bid just runs through and starts building higher. So there's a difference between up, down, up, down, up, down versus up, hold, higher at resistance. And they're still showing a willing bid. Very different scenario than these other profiles. So to me, it was now or never. If it didn't work, you just get out, right? It's risk reward, because if it does work, we move through the zone and into this next spot, likely because it's pretty thin up until that volume. So that's the idea. That's the trade. Hope it makes sense. Now for the number. The number is 57,000.
Nice. Okay, that's decent.
What'd you think it was?
I don't know.
57,000.
That makes sense, but it's like, yeah.
Like I said, if you're getting big payouts, I think you're spending big because that's my experience.
I
Unless,
actually
like
just
I
went
said,
to
unless your name is
withdrawals as
Kane.
well. No. I'm 10K in
Kane
the red on
spends like
TPT.
1,000, pulls out a cool, I don't know, a light 2 point something.
No, I'm 10K in the red on TPT right now. Like I take no shame in admitting that. I literally just compared the rewards to the requested amount, and it's literally like 9,900. So
Yeah, I don't know what 50. So whatever 57K means, if it means I spent 57,000, then
that's what
that's
it
what it
means.
is. But it just says 57K. It's like 57,400.
You get like roughly 700 points for passing your first account and getting your first $1,000 payout. Basically, they give you like 700 points. So you probably spent 56 something, roughly.
So do
Yeah.
you guys think the problem is the illusion of the no spend, and that is what people are so grouchy about at the
I think
moment?
there's two things. It's very nuanced, but everyone's very black and white. They're very high horse, moral high ground,
Oh yeah.
virtue signaling, right? I think it's only a problem if people care so much about it. I'm a very in my lane, my own business, worry about my own pockets kind of guy.
Yeah.
You can show me your crazy 80 accounts traded payout and you made 16 million. I'm gonna be like, that is very sick, very cool. And I'm gonna try my best to do my best. And then there are people who are like, that ain't right. You need to stop doing that right now. And then everyone's fighting. But like I said, like there's a merit to both sides. One is like, hey, you are misrepresenting reality. But for me, it's like they can misrepresent what they want because I don't really care, right? I don't know your spend. I don't know if it's true. And then ultimately I'm like, actually, I don't have to care. I really don't. I really don't have to care if you're lying to me or not. Because I don't care. I'm happy for you or I'm sad for you. I don't know.
It'll ultimately be a good lesson that like a lot of people probably need to figure out, which is your own situation is your own situation, and you can't be comparing yourself to other people at all.
Yeah, it gets impossible because you can fake all kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
You can have someone that's, hey, I made 80,000 in payouts this month, but I don't know, you'd be like, oh, what's your TPT score? It's like, hey, mind your own business, yeah.
Okay, but like let's just take for example, right? The Zamco Capital guy, the forex trader, basically just got the 100K denied from Topstep basically because he was in their rehab program, and he like back to funded a bunch of accounts. He spent 50K or something silly, and he was going to get a 100K payout. I can guarantee you, if he did not be forced to say that how much he spent to get the money back, he would have been on Twitter like, I got paid 100K from Topstep, blah blah. Like he would not have been like, I made 50K. He would have, because he wants to sell it, and I think that's the problem.
Yes,
is that
I agree.
that's the issue, right? So
Yep.
I understand it, and I think that everyone's issue with it is when they want to use that number to sell something that then feeds back into the thing, it becomes that whole issue, right?
I agree.
Like it like feeds into the core sales, which then feeds into this, but actually they're like gambling evals or YOLOing funded accounts just to get a big number so that they can then feed that core sales thing. Ultimately,
Yep.
and again, this is what I said yesterday, is if you join someone's Discord and you realize that they're doing that and you're not learning anything, that is actually a scam and you can get your money back. And it's really fucking easy for you to get your money back. As someone that has ran a paid Discord for a large time, if you request a refund, 99% of the time I'm just going to give you it so I don't have to pay the fees to the payment processor to handle it. Because if you do request it via your bank, I'm only going to pay more and I'm actually out of pocket then. So like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I agree with. That's why I do see both sides. Both sides have, equal merit to me. I am just in the worry about my own thing and my own, whatever it is with my own friends and my own people kind of camp. But yeah, there's a lot of this happening where
That's a nice camp. I like that camp, by the way.
it's not a bad camp. It's clean.
It's fun to be
Less
in there.
people. It's clean. But yeah, there's like big payouts, but you never know what they spend, and it's a really touchy subject. Upside P&L, open book. Like upside payouts, very open, not touchy. But when you talk about expenses, it's really touchy. So yeah, there's a lot there that's I would say is not it's not right for sure. Peddling to sell. My whole thing is
Just not to interrupt you guys, but I do have to run for.
Adios, boys. I was gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, bye. Who do I get to hang out with? I'm still here, right? Is
Yeah,
it
you're
Ciao.
no,
It was
you have to go
fun.
too.
It's a great conversation. I hate the fact that I have to leave, but
I
do
will
have to go.
continue to rant when they
I
leave.
love you, big cat. You staying with me, XY?
I'll
Yeah.
be here too.
XY and Nick.
Yeah, you
Ciao,
guys are
boys.
supposed to. You guys are supposed to.
See you guys.
I didn't check
See
the
you all very
email,
soon.
so my bad.
Till next Wednesday.
Till next Wednesday. See ya.
All right,
Bye,
see you
homies.
guys.
Fuck. Where was I?
This conversation is actually well timed because I'm about to be an anarchist in this space.
Where the hell was I?
I'm about to
I
put a lot of
I
people
love
on
that
red.
Nick took over the anarchy role. I was getting tired. I was getting tired of being the
What the
anarchist.
hell was I saying, guys? I don't.
You were talking about
Oh,
you were saying like some of it. There's
yeah.
a lot
So
that's not
everyone's
right.
making so much money. You've got I've got like I don't know, like 1.5 million payouts and stuff. And well, you've made a lot of money. Do we know if they spent $1 million out of 1.5 or 650 or 200K? Absolutely no idea.
Right.
But I always question it internally. You've made so much money. Why the hell are you still trading prop? Like, no personal? Because a Kane, like, he has a personal too. He definitely slings some size on that thing, right? I know this for a fact. So
Well, I think Kane really went like Kane. If anybody missed that, Kane went way behind the curtain and just explained the whole thing. And it's something that I don't know if you've been paying attention for any amount of time. You can see that like it's less about like there's no need if you're really worried about trading and trying to learn how to trade. You're not necessarily showing people large payouts like that's a thing that matters because it doesn't. I can trade the same trade on 5 NQ as I could 5 MNQ. It's the same trade. If I took it and won, I took it and lost, I took it inside of my process or not, it's the same trade. So I don't need, but so when people are running these things up, it's a marketing tactic and they're showing you something because they're probably trying to sell you something. And that's really it. If they were trying to show you how to trade, they would just show you a trade setup. But the algorithm probably doesn't reward that. The algorithm rewards, people pumping numbers, and it also rewards people fighting with each other and other negativities. So,
I mean, I wouldn't have any issue with that if they were open about like spend. There are a lot of affiliates and influencers out there that are open about their spend. Like in a month they'll be like, oh, I spent this and I pulled out this. This is my net, et cetera, right? But they don't have as big of a following as the ones who don't spend money. Someone will pull out like 160K this month and they've not spent a single dollar. The accounts magically fell into their lap. Like that's just how it is. And I think that is obviously very misleading. But hey, it's a fucked up world sometimes. That's marketing.
Yeah.
Right. Do I agree with it? No, I don't. I mean, I just gave you guys my TPT number, whatever that could mean. It's to me, what I did is when I really dug my feet in, got the leverage with prop and made the money, I started trading a live account. And I found that I like it a lot better personally. And it's always, these guys are making so much. Why don't they just trade live accounts? Why don't they trade live accounts? I think a live account is much easier than a prop, which is why I do it. Now, it is not easier when you can't manage your downside properly because, you'll have blow up days, blowouts. That's kind of the only reason I can think of where you're not actually trading a prop or trading a live. Even if you want to trade prop still, it's totally fine. But if you're that good, why aren't you on a live book? Why aren't you on your own live book? It's making no sense here.
Well, I think personally, I think it's a kiss and a curse to have props and have come up as someone that learned in a prop system. It's been a lot harder for me to transition to trading live. I have a lot of habits baked into the way that I trade that are just from this system of rules that I've got ingrained in me for years. I mean, I was using prop firms 4 years ago, like prop firms that no one's ever heard of that are
But
long gone.
you're like literally the only person on the internet that has said these things though. That's kind of the
Yeah,
issue, right?
yeah.
Everyone else is like, look at me. I'm the best. No one does it like me. Hey, you know what? The way this guy trades and all these guys, it really sucks. And someone's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, you're better." Like, yeah, I am. Come watch my stream. Oh, by the way, it costs money to watch it though. Like, hold on. Everybody, what?
Yeah.
It's just a
So
lot
what
of
you
that
said,
stuff, and I'm just, I'm trying to like release just like some content here and there. It's like everyone's fucking killing each other, and I'm just like,
I know.
guys, I'm like, there's a crowd, and I'm just like, guys, check this out. Everybody chill. Lilu, no, I don't. I think I bought like one
never
Lilu
traded.
account, and I'm like, this is no, because at that point Apex also existed, and I felt like they were more
Yeah.
popular, and they were like the same thing. So I just went to Apex.
You don't need
But
to.
you profit, man. I don't know if they're still alive, but they
Oh
were my
yeah, you
first
you
payout.
profit was good. That was OG.
They were my
Um,
first payout and
what was that other one?
my most frequent
They
payouts
still
were you
email
profit.
me. I'll find the first one.
But Stowe, you made a good point there. And it was, as I was writing content for one of the projects, I deleted an entire section and I spent a lot of time actually on it. It was how I trade props differently than my personal account. And I realized it was very prop heavy. And I kind of was in the same mindset of you as like, I don't really want to, it's not like it's a secret sauce kind of thing. Like I can put it out there, but I weirdly feel like it even developed bad habits in me for trading
Yeah.
my real money. And it's like, I don't want to put this in something that is digestible, I guess, like that, because I feel like it sends not the correct message of the right way to trade, more so how to gain the prop system so that your payouts are bigger than your expenses. And I was like, this is just
Hey,
not,
look,
this is not
if
the
people are
formula.
open and honest about that, like, hey, I don't trade live because I still blow up accounts and that's just what it is. These big payouts, they're nice. Like, give me my flowers. But if you're just also honest about like, yes, I am this successful in it because I do play the game. Hey, dude, you make money. Like I said, the sim money spends the same as the live book money. Who the hell cares?
Yes.
Um,
But they are two very different worlds. I mean, just look at like if you get a 150K direct to funded account, you can trade 10 minis, 15 minis on what is essentially $4,500. You can't do that in real life. So you're already like, I don't know, that's more than triple allowable NQ leverage alone, just with a brokerage. So you already have the potential to go over your skis and make that part of your game plan. Yeah, so it's different to begin with. Is that good? Is that bad? Does that change the way that you trade that account? Like for me, it did, and that's why transitioning to a live account is. I mean, it's still a challenge. I still have to keep myself in check, and I don't know. I talk about this all the time. I think that's just like when I say stuff like you have to, manage your emotions, do these things. Like I'm saying this into the microphone so that I remember it. Because I work on this every day too.
Yeah, like there's a reason I always say without props, I am not even here in front of you guys right now. There's no chance. I would have quit. Dollar for dollar, it's really hard. But with the existence of props now, no one tracks themselves dollar for dollar. It's payouts versus spend. And you definitely can get, we'll say, overconfident in your trading acumen when you're not tracking dollar for dollar, but cost for spend. And
Yeah.
hey, that's totally fine. But there are a lot of people touting themselves as this or that. I am this, and it's just because their payouts are higher than their spend. And they preach risk management. Oh man, don't get me started on the platitudes, the discipline, the mental.
I assume
You
AI
gotta
writes
be
all
this.
those.
Get up at 5, you hit the gym, you make your breakfast, you ice bath,
Got an ice bath.
and then
That's
it's
important.
all in here, guys. It's don't worry about the strategy, don't worry about the edge. It's all in here. Like that
God,
kind of shit. I'm like, bro.
that was in God. I'm after everybody in what I'm doing right now. There's a lot of things like that. My voice comes through very strongly
They should have never gave
in
Nick
writing.
Claude, man. They should have
I
never
know.
gave him AI.
Nick turned Claude turned Nick into the Joker, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's my
But-
favorite thing.
80 more likes and I released the teaser for the project.
What are we at on likes? We just like honestly, I
720.
think we're just ranting.
I'm literally just gonna post a screenshot of one part of it, and that's it. Okay.
The thing also, this might resonate with some people. I think that prop, because of that size disparity, where you can over leverage what your actual exposure could be with that amount of money, I think you probably get bailed out of bad trades more than you should. And I think that probably creates a bad rep, just like a muscle memory of, and I know that was something I struggled with years ago. Was I had, when you get paid out after being bailed out of bad trades, you can learn bad lessons from making money too. And
ask me how I know. You don't get to 57K on TPT for nothing. That's my thing now. That's going to be my thing now. People want to see the dashboard.
Good. You said something good, XY, that was like people are touting, this and this and this. Like, I think if you really are concerned with wanting to make sure you're not following people around that are possibly being weird, I would just not really pay attention to anybody that touts anything, because trading's hard. A 60-40 win rate is like insane, or like ROI. So if XY spent 50K and made 100K, like that's great. But that's more realistic than, I'm going for the payout record. That always rubbed me the wrong way. I'm like, we've got a payout. Like, why are we talking about this payout record right now? Is this something that matters? Probably not. But yeah, that was a thing for a while. I don't know.
Mentally, it's just so much easier for me to trade like a cash account, because there is a whole different game to it when you're in prop, right? For me, I wouldn't want to be stuck in eval, so I'd be pretty reckless with the sizing. I think I'm permanently reckless with sizing, actually, in prop. Like, that's just the truth of it all.
Well, you got two mindsets. I mean, if you've got an eval to pass, this is a trap I always fall into, is it's like, all right, I got to get this eval passed. Like, that's number one, that's not a way to trade. That's not a good process to have, is like, okay, I got to get this done. That's already a bad thing for my brain. And then once you get it done, then you have the potential to make money with that account. And now you have to switch your mindset into an entirely separate mindset of, okay, now I have to be careful. It's like, okay.
But you also it's
no
you can do well and you still don't get that money, because it does take time, right? But in cash, it's a lot easier for me to just follow my real process, because you do get that feedback right away. So I don't know if you guys know this, but NinjaTrader mobile app, very good, beautiful app, tremendous. Everybody asks all the time, who made the app? It's so great. Tremendous app.
I actually really agree. And they didn't ask us to say that. I really
The craziest part is, look, you go in, you do your work, you make money, you get into the app, and you just take the money out plaid as soon as you want, right? The process for me is, you put the charts on, you make the money, you close the charts, you get into the app, you request the money to get out. It's plaid, it's fast, you're done. There's no, how many days I got left? What's consistency rule? I'm at the consistency cap. I got to buy more evals. I blew them. I got to buy more evals. I blew them.
Yep.
Dude, I'm blowing funded accounts on a regular basis. But like, you know how the game is. As long as the outcome is income, you keep going. But I just got tired of that hamster wheel because I don't have to be in that. Yes, I am very blessed to be able to trade a size where I don't need to use prop leverage to be happy anymore. But it's because of prop leverage that got me there. And then I made that transition over. A lot of people just want to stay prop forever. And well, it begs the question, why? Because look,
Yeah.
honestly, if you're doing that well, you are so good. You're the best because you said so on Twitter. You're still trading prop sim? You're not live? Huh. Hmm.
Well, I think it's a lot of marketing. I think that's a big part of it. There's obviously something, I don't know. I grew up knowing that if something was free and seemed too good to be true, I'm probably the product. And I don't know. I don't know if that got lost to some generation. I'm
The
not
mark
trying to
is in the
sound like
mirror.
I'm 1,000 years old, but I've always felt that way. Yeah. So I don't know. I think, I think props can be tough on new folks that are getting into it, realizing that there are a lot of other rules and a lot of other ways you can play that game within the game. And then you're also seeing something on the internet from people who look like they're really successful. Because it's not just like screenshots. It's like, check out my Miami thing. And I know like Kane's at the beach. Kane earned his spot at the beach. But you know what I mean? Like it's fancy vacations. And so you get this thing, it's a tale as old as time. Like this story, this thing has been sold to you. It's a dream. And the truth behind the dream is probably not as easy as it's not what it looks like. So
Mhm.
yeah.
But
You
all
just
this is not to shit on props. I
no
tell
way.
all my personal friends, like close buddies, I tell them, dude, this is the best time. We live in a golden age to get into trading because props exist.
I'm using one right now. I
Yeah.
mean, my also props are great for me to get into when like I'm not in my market. And last couple of weeks have been rough on Stowe. And I've got to protect my capital. And one of the ways I do that is, I shift off of my cash account when I'm getting banged up and I move back over to prop. But I've learned over the years to not I don't treat props like they're a game within the game anymore. And that's been an important transition for me because I'm trying to trade. And that's all I really care about is making good trades and getting better as a trader. Because I know in a couple years, if I'm significantly better and still alive, that I'll be able to scale and size and do things down the road. But if I'm chasing that right now for like a instant gratification thing, that ain't gonna work, man. And it's just gonna lead to bad shit. So
Someone poke NQ, please. Yeah, they're really they're
We have
digesting this
not
thing.
moved.
yeah, this is brutal. I think whose
Yes,
fault is
look at
this? Is this
ES's
Nick's
volume
fault?
profile. Dude.
It's Jensen's fault. Let's be serious.
What do you think is the best time frame footprint charts for reversals and breakouts? I don't think there's a specific time frame that's good for specifically reversals and breakouts. But yes, continuing our prop rant.
Yeah, this is a good rant.
Let's have this discussion. Something I think about often.
Okay.
There's one side that's like prop is a blessing. It allows me, that's me, by the way. Props are a blessing because it allows you to stay in the game. It caps your downside risk for you because you are too stupid to be able to do that yourself yet, which is all of us, right? And it gives you an opportunity.
Hold on, pause. I want to point this out. That is still me. And that will always be me. That part of me that is too stupid to cap my downside risk and that part of me that is able to make stupid mistakes never goes away. So
And that's why with prop, hey, you can still make money then, right?
yes.
So the opportunity that it provides is second to none. And this is from someone who would not be here, like I said, without props. I would have burnt out, lost
the same
way more
way.
than I would want to, trying to get my foot, planted into the game. Not enough opportunities without prop for me. And then there are the other side, snake oil, right?
Right.
Hey, props are a scam. They're set up for you to lose. It's a Ponzi. This and this. Obviously, and most of them don't even trade cash, by the way. They'll complain about props all day, but they'll keep buying it because they know the truth. They know the truth. If it's that bad, go trade cash. Oh, it's like, oh, but I can't trade cash. We only have $500 or 1,000. It's not enough leverage. Then, well, I think you just answered your own question.
Yep.
So the other thing is people who say, oh man, they are a curse. Props are this big curse and they should never have existed and they're a scam, they're a snake. But the question is why? The snake, because the failure rate is high in the game and they stand to benefit like a casino. Okay, we'll call that maybe zero sum. The issue is your payouts are taken from someone else's payments. That's zero sum. Am I correct?
What's the other zero sum game that we talk about a
Oh,
lot?
it's called the markets.
Oh, right.
That
I
we
forgot.
trade. So,
I
okay.
forgot about the
Trading
free
the
markets.
Normally very noble. Very noble. Not an issue. Not an issue. But if you trade the market that's within the market, scumbag.
Yep.
You're a scumbag. Everything's scum. So, okay, let's get involved. Let's talk, chat. Please get involved. Both to me are zero sum games. One offers a lower barrier to entry, and one is the market itself. Not exactly a low barrier financially. So, for the white knighters, moral high grounders that deem props to be scum because your payouts are someone's payment, what is it then when you take profits in the market? Whose profit are you taking?
Someone's lost. Just throwing that out there. Somebody lost that money for you to get it.
No way. I'm never trading again. So that's morally wrong. I'm never trading again.
You know what we should do? We should be nuns.
Yeah, so someone said problem isn't
male
props, it's
nuns.
people. someone said problem isn't prop, it's people. Then go after the people. Don't make it about the prop. Don't make it about, the fact that they exist or what their model is to sell or that they make so much money. It's not their fault they make money, right? It's not their fault.
Yeah, I think, Trade Truth says the problem isn't prop, it's people not being transparent. It's like, okay, fair enough. But you got, like, dude, I say this to the entirety of the internet all at once. I'm putting everybody in the same basket. You gotta have some street smarts, bro. Like, please. I mean, if you see people saying some stuff that looks totally insane, yeah, man, those people aren't going to be transparent because why would they be?
Yeah, if you want to make it in these
be able to
markets,
sell you the thing.
if you want to make it in these markets, you got to have some basic wits about you.
Yeah. And if you want transparency, follow people that talk normal. But if you want to learn how to trade, follow people that talk about trading. I don't know. I'm proud to be on this show with all these folks that are extremely good dudes and extremely good ladies and are all talking about trading. And you can make the same trades that we take with 5 MNQ or 5 NQ, depending on what your size is. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we're trying to show you how to trade, how we trade. We're trying to talk about our experience in a meaningful way. And there's no product part, that's the part that you got.
We've got something good here. So one guy says, is this live trading or live talking? If the market's giving me a 15-point range, I'm live talking. Secondly, someone says, the biggest issue with props is that it creates arbitrary rules to make it difficult for a payout and fail. It doesn't matter if the rules are good or bad. This is the reason the rules are there. Yeah, so it's true, right? The rules are there. Why? To protect the business. Because without the rules, people are always going to be upset. Without the rules, the prop will close its doors, and then people are mad because of poor management.
Yeah.
They've closed down, they couldn't survive. But with the rules, they can survive. But now people are upset about the rules. But there is a simple solution. Don't buy the product.
Yes. It is a free market at the end of the day. You do get to decide with your dollar what you want to do and what you don't want to do.
Yeah, Robbins, that's the issue. So he says, nobody is obliged to trade prop. No, but the ones who keep buying it keep complaining that the prop is doing what it does to stay in business and offer a model that they continuously want to buy, but they don't like the model, but they also don't want the prop to close down so that they can buy
I have
it.
another theory too. I think it's possible that there aren't even that many people complaining about this. It's just that social media rewards negativity so heavily that you get an amplified like 5% of voice that is not reality, but that because it is so negative, it gets rewarded so heavily by, whatever robot tells me what it wants me to see. I'm trying to get mine to be like only cats at the moment, and it's been pretty great. I follow a lot of cats on the internet now. There's a pretty fun cat named Rumpus. He can open a dishwasher that's locked. You should try to just
No
start.
way,
Yeah,
AI.
dude, it's pretty cool. No, it's not AI. Rumpus is real. And he's awesome. He's an orange boy and he's insane. But I think that that's a big part of it too. And that's also why you see like influencers fight with each other all the time. Yeah, it's just marketing shit, man.
I did go on like this crazy rant on Friday, I think. And at some point, I literally said, I think it was in verbatim, there are a lot of predatory things in the markets, in the business side, props, a lot of predatory things.
In
But
life.
the most predatory thing is your shitty ass trading. There is nothing more predatory than that. The rules are there, but if you trade the right way, if you trade responsibly, the rules aren't even going to matter. I have a buddy who has never, ever had an issue with trailing drawdown because he sizes responsibly to the account size. So when he buys products now, he's like, I don't care about trailing drawdown. Why would I care about that? It doesn't even affect my size.
Damn it. I need a hat so that I can cover my. That was the hardest I've
This
ever
is why I wear a
laughed.
hat.
Oh my God. Oh,
You just never know what your
Sometimes when
friends
I'm
are going
streaming,
to
I
say.
get like all these messages, like you guys are messaging each other, and I'm like laughing, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna bring it up on stream, so I gotta hide my face. But yes, like the mark, like guys, the mark is in the mirror. The true mark is in the mirror, and best just to try to work on that versus
yes.
complain about the other things.
And surround yourself with people that like reflect the values that you want to have and are going to be helpful to you. And like there's so much negativity from strangers all the time. Like you got to get a core group. You got to surround yourself with people that are, positive.
That will
And
be honest with you too, right?
yeah,
Like that will tell you, hey, I've had a rough month, a rough week. I've my TPT dash tells me 57,000. I don't know, IDK. Like
yeah.
just some honesty. It really grounds you, but it's kind of hard to find that in all ways, not just in trading.
No, it's good. I mean, like I've told all of you guys when I'm having downtimes. I mean, and then like I made a whole podcast about it. but you don't have to do that part. Like, don't do that part unless you like making podcasts. But yeah, it's the more you can get. Yeah, Kane says this all the time. It's like a problem shared is a problem halved, and it's true. You get this
That's
stuff
actually a
out.
really good. Did he say that? That's really good.
Yeah, he at least said it to me a while ago. So, and that's been ringing in my head. And he said it with the accent, so it kind of landed a little.
Now you have to do that.
Yeah, a problem solved is a problem halved.
Oh, so he's Irish. Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
that was not a. Yeah. Anyway,
I thought Kane was in my ear, but he turned Irish.
I still can't do it.
Yeah, I think anyone in chat that's having an issue with us just like yapping, there's what do you want? If you want to see trades fired off in a narrow range like this, you got to go to some Tradertainment YouTube channel.
Yeah, even I can't party with this thing. And also, if you guys want to look at a chart for a second, ES went ahead and did like a completely different thing again. So now ES is at the top of its range while NQ hasn't moved. Really?
They're not. I think they're fighting.
I don't know what
so
in the
weird.
I think
world's
they're
going
fighting.
on.
They're not
So,
talking to each other. It's really weird.
I mean, I did take a trade while we were yapping. It was right here. I got long one lot because I was like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. And
Oh, you covered that, huh? That
yeah, I took it off up here because NQ was going down while ES was going up. While ES had gone down
dude, in
while
the
NQ
morning,
was going up.
Yeah, in the morning I had NQ longs right off the open, and I'm looking at ES. It's like you're not gonna do it to me, right? You're. Eventually, it did.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, this is not my day inside of not my day. It's both ES and NQ are both not my day at the same time for completely different reasons right now. Somehow.
Yeah, but the reality is they went into what I would say is prior resistance. They pulled it back, pretty steep drop from there, but they're still building the volume all above the prior balance right here. Like
Yeah.
it's they're happily transacting up here, not even in this zone anymore. They're up here. And what this means is, yes, there's interest, but they're also chewing through offer. There's going to be a passive offer here that's, going to sit there because, well, they drove the market down in the first place. You
I
should
mean, we
expect
haven't even
some interest on the way
we
back.
haven't even retested like any of this NQ opening drive. Like it has been
Right. So it's like the market, the buy side is still very willing to buy. And if they're going to keep building like this, at some point, they're going to buy through all of the offer here.
Yeah.
If the market isn't going to go down, all of this offer will be filled because the market still wants to buy, which means 450s, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. But you guys get the idea. The
Yeah.
volume is just all up here.
Unless we convincingly lost like the 270s at this point. And then we probably have a nice little liquidation move. But otherwise, yeah, we're probably just going to march back up slowly here to that 450s, 460s.
I've been doing this work with, I'm trying to quantify the slope and the VWAP slope in some sort of meaningful way and create like slope scores. And because I've always used VWAP slope to determine trend and balance, but I've always just like eyeballed it like a dummy. I've never tried to figure out like, I guess I could put that into
this is
percentiles.
at a 70-degree angle.
Right. Yeah. So I've got it into percentiles, and like in this percentile, continuation trades higher. It's much less. I mean, it's like 35% likelihood at the top of the range. It doesn't mean to fade it, and I won't fade it until I've actually added the 1.5 deviation band for this reason too, because I'm watching this now. So in balance, the fade points are 1.5 if I'm going to take those. So I've added the trade to the playbook. If I can get this indicator to not look like garbage, I'll share it too, but it's highly unlikely that's ever going to happen. So it's probably just going to be for me.
Well, you can sell it.
That's true. I could sell it. It does look a lot like a bunch of it looks when I first made it. Well, and by me, when Claude made it, it looked a lot like every indicator that you see on YouTube, like when you're getting an ad for this one trading strategy changed my life. I retired by 27. It looks like those. It's just like dots and wiggly stuff. So yeah, I can't. Oh, dude, Composite Trader, I showed it to Leo and he immediately made fun of it. So that's how you know it's really good, by the way. That's how you know you're onto something.
That's how you know?
Yeah. Yes. Everything I've ever created in Claude, Leo has looked at and said, I am now dumber for seeing this. It's just part of our tradition. We go back and forth on those things. I did. Fatfish, I did get rid. Also, hi, Fatfish. How are you, brother? I didn't get rid of those awful colors. Leo did, because we determined that I am specifically colorblind when it comes to charts. And yeah.
I do miss ugly chart.
Do you miss it?
I mean, miss it. I miss the bit,
I don't.
I think.
No, I don't know if you guys noticed, but as soon as Stowe got rid of it, subscriber count just started skyrocketing on this channel.
That's true. We would have never made it to 150K if Ugly Chart was still around.
That chart was the passive seller holding it down. And as soon as it went away, it just ripped.
Well, if I was ever going to sell my course and my apartment in Miami life, I was going to have to get rid of Ugly Chart because no one would ever buy something from some dude that had color schemes like that.
Or that's like the basic version base model. And if you want to not make it ugly, you got to pay for the premium.
Oh my God.
There's
That's great.
ways to do things. There's ways to do things.
That's great. It's like, yeah, eventually I'm going to rely on Claude so much and he's going to be like, I'm sorry you're out of credits. You have to run on the treadmill for an hour. I'm going to be like, oh,
That's probably
God.
what it's going to have to be.
We're pushing 800 likes. What was our record, Nick? It was like 1.2K.
It was like 8,000 or something.
Listen, that day is
Oh,
not,
here we
that day
go.
has a big asterisk. By
Here
the way.
we go. Here. On Twitter, isn't it, Nick? You have a little bit of success, and they're like, I want not broker statements. I want your broker on the phone with me.
What was the other Twitter? I wanted to bring up something else from Twitter since we're doing social media rants today.
Well, I got something for you. The
Doomer
Jay Black.
thing.
The what? You have
the
a question in chat, by the way, about
I
standard deviations.
Oh, sure.
It's from
Find
Jay
it.
Black Mountain.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll ask for you. Stowe, I'm confused about standard deviation bands. Merit and others use like 1, 2, 3, but then I use 1, 1.5, 2. I guess there isn't a right way.
No, there's no right way. It's just whatever. Listen, everybody can use whatever they want to use on any chart, right? Like you can put a billion EMAs on there if that's what you like. You can put a bunch of VWAP bands on there if that's what you like. The point of how I use standard deviations is this is what helps me contextualize what is happening to price and where it is and where it might go based on what I've seen it do. Right. So that's just me. And this is just how I look at standard deviations. Obviously, I don't know. Nobody invented VWAP. I don't know. Maybe Brian Shannon did. I don't know. But there's a lot of different ways to use it. Just like anything on a chart, just like delta, a volume profile, it only matters if you're able to use it somehow successfully, if that makes any sense. So there is no right way to do any of this.
I feel like that's kind of a lot of things, even order flow. The way one person views like volume profiling might be completely different than the way I do.
Absolutely.
And it could still work. It's just all, I think the market's just making choices and you have an opinion on what it's doing. I don't really think there are wrong ones. There are just how you digest the information and how you use it. So someone might look at the way I use volume profiling and be like, this is shit. I hate it. It's wrong. And it could be valid, honestly.
Well, I mean,
very
it's
nuanced.
Like, this is why there's no holy grail indicator, because there's nothing you can put on a chart that is going to make a decision for you or make you see something in a specific way. Like you have to be able to interpret it to some degree to be able to execute off of it. You can't, that's why there's no magic button. I mean, this volume profile, like look at this right now. Lots of people could see this in a bunch of different ways. There's this little node here. Now I see all this buying and I see this seller getting stuck here. I love to buy. ES is at the top of its range, partying as hard as it's ever partied in its entire life. I don't know. Maybe this is a long setup for me. But somebody else is going to see this node and be like, well, we hit the top. We rejected the first standard deviation. The slope is a little, it's flattening out. NQ's kind of turning into a balance day. ES is at the top of its range. Maybe it's going to fade off of that. Maybe this is a sell. So, yeah, it's all up to interpretation. Nobody's going to click the button for you, so you need to figure out, do you have any edge in here? I don't, so I haven't clicked the button right now. But maybe you do. Maybe there's a setup in here for you. That's what's making
order flow is
so
super
beautiful,
nuanced
man.
like that. Yeah, you can see all this, right, and be like, oh, super absorption here. I'm going to take a sell because it's absorption, and I'm going to risk that. And someone might be like, well, they are being absorbed. I am mostly, look, absorption is there, but you can only absorb willing participants.
Yeah.
So to me, if the market is going up and I'm seeing absorption upside,
well, here, look at this.
More commonly, it's like it's more willing actually to buy this upside. So it's different.
All right. Let me find it. Let me make here. I'll make my marker a little bigger so we can see where I actually got in that trade. Here's your data series. Make this baby 5.
Yeah, stream side, that's it exactly. If you manage risk, you do have edge.
All right.
If you manage it properly.
Look at this. Look at this brick wall that was here at 278, right? This was nuts. This is all the absorption on the planet, right? And I bought it. I bought it as hard as I could because this thing was flying. The DOM, there was not a ask that didn't get slapped right here. So I bought it and we cruised right through it. And I just took this for a scalp because that is my absorption push through trade. It's just a scalp because I know this thing is going to come back at some point. I don't know where, but I'm just going to take the points that I can be given. And this was an easily defined scalp because this was doing this. It was doing this grind into this dude, and then he got destroyed. And so I was teed up right here to party with these buyers when we went through that guy. Now, I like doing that because I like buying the market too. And this is something that's easier for me to see than this same setup on the downside. But this is a way, this is a way that I buy through absorption. So there's two sides, there's two parties here. There's somebody selling this absorption and there's somebody buying this absorption. And the only thing you can really do is identify these inflection points and find trade setups inside of those things and try to take some money out of the market, you know? I think. Jim.
Hey,
What's up,
guys.
Jim?
Hey. Morning, brother.
All the absorption in the planet? That's a lot.
That's right.
All of it. Yeah, all of it, Stowe. Name them all.
It's a metric.
Name them.
Metric ton. Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Well, great discussion today. Great conversation. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks. Sure. I had a good time. That was nice.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun today.
Well, right now, I'm glad that I am locked up in Jim's basement because he's got major security detail, and all these people I pissed off today can't come for me here. Jim's got me.
You're protected, but just keep doing your work and, getting everything going. You'll be all right.
Oh, the laundry will be done in an hour. I told you that earlier.
It's nice he's got the laundry going down there.
Got a little sidetracked.
Make sure you fold it properly, too. It's a little wrinkled last time. Oh, my goodness. But in any event, fantastic, you guys. Appreciate you today. Let's give these guys a round of applause. That's my favorite. Couple things real quick before we go to the Edge report. It's trade the close today. Remember, 2 o'clock. Wait a second. Why am I seeing a 1 o'clock start time today? I think we might have a little bit of a show flow confusion. 2 o'clock start time, me and Shai, and then we're going to get trade the close. We have Jack, Christian trading boxes, and Selma are going to be with us this afternoon. So we're finishing strong today. So don't go anywhere. Second thing I want to mention, we are starting the NinjaTrader socials. They're going to be awesome. They're going to be fun. You're going to see these cats involved. It's going to be super, super cool. We're celebrating that with a giveaway, a special giveaway, and it's going to happen on Monday. Deli's going to give away 5 NinjaTrader lifetime licenses for the platform of $1,499 value. Now, just there's links in the chat. You can go to the website. Just follow that along, and maybe you'll be a winner on Monday for one of these licenses. It's really super helpful, especially if you do some volume when you're trading, because you get a much better commission rate. So something to think about. That's coming up. Also, there's another thing coming up Monday the 2nd. We have another arena challenge starting Monday. You can still sign up for it. It's free. Doesn't cost any money. March Market Madness Arena starting on Monday. It's going to be a lot of fun. Use NinjaTrader platforms, and you could participate in that. See yourself on the leaderboard and all that good stuff. It's super fun. I will be doing it, and hopefully you guys will be doing it as well. So go ahead and click on that link in the chat and get that thing going. All right. Well, XYZ, Nick for a tick, and the Stowe 42. Did I get the number right?
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, I got it right. I got it memorized after all.
You can do
years.
2 things. You can think life, the universe, and everything, or you can think Jackie Robinson, whichever vibe you're feeling for that day.
Life, the universe, and everything. I gotta say, I think I cried when I read that, laughing so hard. It's a classic for sure. Anyway, thank you, gentlemen. I will talk to you guys soon. We're going to do a quick edge report and end the morning stream.
Sounds good. Later, buddies. Peace, chat.
Later.
All right. So a lot of times, especially in the morning gap, we talk about relationships between different markets. And, I got my eye on bonds. Let's see if that's going to give us a tell on what's going to happen to the equities and stuff like that. And so I decided to do a comparison chart with a correlation chart with between copper and the E-mini S&P. And so at the very first panel up here, you see E-mini S&P. This is just a regular bar chart. The second panel is copper. And the third panel, this is where all the fun starts. This is actually a correlation, a 21 period, in this case a day, 21-day correlation between the E-mini S&P and copper, Dr. Copper. And that copper line, that goldish, yellowish line right there, that's the correlation, right? And so there's a zero line. If we were at zero, there'd be no correlation, right? And as you go higher, you can get to 1, which would be 100% correlated. As price goes one way, the other one go equal measure the same way. And you can see here that Dr. Copper is 65% correlated right now with the price movement of the E-mini S&P. So they're positively correlated, and it's a pretty decent size positive correlation. And it's been like that for a long period of time, right? And yeah, we've had a couple of dips where we dip below that zero line for whatever reason. Now, I added a moving average on here as well. That's that green line right there, 21-period moving average, just to kind of see how it's ebbing and flowing. And right now, they're pretty strongly correlated. You could do this with any two assets that you'd like on the NinjaTrader platform. This correlation study is embedded in it, not a special thing. You can just go ahead and add it as an indicator and plot it to your chart. I wanted to show that. So having said all that, let's take a look at Dr. Copper today. And this is an intraday chart. This is a 10-minute candle chart. And that white line there is the session volume weighted average price. And you can see we kind of lost that in the rear view mirror pretty much after the U.S. initial balance ended. And then we just caught another bid up here for Dr. Copper. So it's been a pretty bullish day today. It's a bullish day for the equities as well. That makes sense. Remember the correlation. So right now we're literally trading on prices above value. We do have a target wick up here at 66.05 that we may or may not take out. If we do, we have some targets on the upside, including Jack's 3 here at 6.07, and then R2, which is part of the pivot study, and that's up to 6.086. So a couple targets on the upside if we do make new highs. I don't know if we will or not. Point of control, though, is pretty firmly trenched down here at 6.020. A little bit of a volume node that has kind of developed a little bit higher here. So maybe it will be sticky. Maybe prices will stay above, prices above value, above the London IB and above the U.S. IB as well. All right, that is this afternoon's late morning edge report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you for the subscriptions. They're important to us, me in particular. Thank you for doing that. If you haven't, if you subscribe to the channel, it helps everybody. And it really helps the channel as well. So please don't hesitate if you haven't done it. It's free. It's just a click of a mouse button. Having said all that, hopefully we will see you this afternoon, 2 o'clock start. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing, enjoyable lunch.